I call the City Commission of the City of Pahokee to order at 6:06 p.m. May we please stand for the invocation provided by Vice Mayor Mervin and followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Father God, in the name of Jesus, God, we come today, God. Oh, God, thanking you, God, for this is the day, God, that you have made, and we shall rejoice and be glad in it. God, as we come together today, God, to discuss the business of the city, Father God, we ask you, God, to give us wisdom and give us guidance. God, we ask you, oh God, to lead us and you direct us, oh God. Bless the commission, oh God, today, and the city staff, our residents, oh God. In Jesus' name, God, and I bless you, we praise you, and we honor you. In Jesus' name, amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Babb.
Present.
Vice Mayor Mervin.
Present.
Commissioner Golden.
Present.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Present.
Commissioner Perez. Here. City Manager.
Here.
City Attorney. Here. City Clerk. Present.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Thank you, staff. Thank you, commissioners, and most importantly, thank our listening audience for being here today to participate in our regular commission meeting of Tuesday, July the 25th. Okay, City Manager, at this time, do we have any additions to the agenda based on emergency from you?
No, there's nothing we'd like to add or delete, Mayor. I just asked when we get started, could we move Resolution I, the last one, up to the front?
Resolution I.
4045.
Someone gonna have to help me. What number is that? I don't see.
45.
That's the docs.
2023-45. It starts on page 3. It goes over to
Oh,
page
okay,
4.
I got you. And you like that to be the first one read on the resolution?
When we get to resolution.
Right,
yes, sir.
okay. Just a consensus vote. Commissioners don't have any problem with moving that up to number 1 on the resolution, right? Okay. Thank you. City Commission, having heard the city manager indicating there are known additions based on emergency basis and known deletions, what is your pleasure as pertaining to the agenda? Could I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Mayor, I move that we would accept and approve the agenda for July the 25th, 2023.
And with the only change as Resolution I would be
Would
moved
move to the front.
ahead of the other resolutions. Are there a second?
Second.
It has been moved by Vice Mayor Mervin and properly seconded by Commissioner Gonzalez for the acceptance of the agenda as presented, with the only addition being the movement of Resolution 2023-45 to the top of the agenda. Call for questions. Hearing none, you ready for a
I just
vote?
want to know why.
She want to know why you want to move it to the front.
Well, I wouldn't want them to stay up half the night since they're the last one.
Smart move.
and I have to call them. They weren't able to drive down.
Hearing no additional questions, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Irvin,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Bowden,
Yes.
Commissioner Perez. Yes. Mayor Bab.
Yes. Next on our agenda is public comments, public service announcement, presentation, proclamation, if any. This section of the agenda allows for the comment from the public to speak. Each speaker will be given a total of 3 minutes to make your comments. Public comments cards should be completed and returned to the city clerk. And I would like to add, this is your opportunity to have any influence on this commission, and it would be a good idea when you address any concerns or any items on the agenda, maybe to say, I support this or I don't support it, just to let us know how you feel if you need to have that noted. But during the meeting, we need to make sure we don't continue to interrupt when someone is talking or this commission is debating or deliberating. That's improper. If we have a speaker at the podium, if it's not the commission themselves, you're not allowed to be having interaction. And I don't think you'll see that anywhere other than sometime what we do here in Pahokee. We're going to just ask you to abide by those policies to remain in the chamber. So at this time, City Clerk, do we have any public service comments or citizen comments?
Yes, sir. Mr. James Scott.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is James Scott, 3044 Eldorado Drive. I have a question. Who supervises Ms. Adams? Who do she answer to? Commissioner or the city manager?
City manager, she's the deputy, yeah.
Oh, because at the last meeting, I heard her state the reason that she inconvenienced these people, not for a day, not for a week, not for a month, for years, because she didn't want to get audited. But she said she didn't want to get audited. That's why she spends only $750,000 a year, and that's why I keep prolonging that road from getting fixed. I thought that was kind of odd, and that was no excuse to say that you inconvenience someone at their home, their business, for years because you don't want to go to audit. If you work, you using that kind of funds, you gonna get audited. That's part of, at least you must be doing something you ain't got no business. If you're trying to avoid getting audited, you must be doing something illegal. I'm just being real. And I was wondering, did you ever address her with that?
I haven't completed my process of the investigation.
Okay. All right, that was my question because I thought that was kind of odd for her to stand up here and say that.
In additional cards?
Yes, sir. Ms. Vaughn Jones.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
First, I'm gonna start off by saying thank you, Miss Perez. And I know y'all know what we did out in the city this couple of weeks. We raised $1,775 to get every senior what we can, $25 apiece. To some people, that ain't nothing. But to a lot of people, that meant everything to them seniors when you see the tears in their eyes and think about how they have not been forgotten. So like I say, we had 71 people that we done gave. And then, like I said, where it come from, I said, whatever they donate to me for my birthday, I was gonna give it to the people in the community. So all of that come from somebody saying happy birthday. Thank you, Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez come out there on the day of the, we raised $1,400 Saturday. We went to every senior what we can. Miss Cam, she coming in right now, but she was crying the whole weekend. Cause every time she went to a senior, she had to cry. I couldn't go to them cause I'm tired of crying. I'm tired of doing something good and then God keep blessing us. I started that off to say, some more people ought to get involved in what we doing, but we ain't heard enough from nobody else, cause y'all don't be to the table. I know Lucas done told y'all don't be to the table anyway. So you'll get fired if you be to the table. That's proof that Miss Freeman got fired cause she was to the table. So that's why I'm here to tell y'all. I wasn't looking for y'all to do anything, but we got 29 more people that we gonna help to make sure we done help the 100 people. Ms. Perez, thank you. Thank you. And thank you to everybody else who put out. And then I come in here and I hand Ms. Darbo $25. I said, Ms. Darbo, here go your 25 because you're a senior citizen. She say, I'm donating mine back. Ain't God good? Ain't God good though, I'm just saying. She say, I'm donating mine back. And we done did that with several people. But I know everybody got somebody, and we doing this up. We going around, we got everything what we can get for senior citizens, pull-ups, and all of those things. We got it to the table. Like I said, y'all tell people don't come there, but there's a lot of things happen there. There's a lot of things happen, Mr. Gonzalez. Thanks for showing up sometime. And thanks for being a part of what we do. That's the first part. Because like I say, you can't stop what God is doing. I don't care how y'all try to. I don't care how you try to get in the mix of what God is doing. If you don't get with it, you're going to get left behind. You're going to be just like somebody I know sitting up in here, just lying. We call him LLL. Lying, licking lips, Lucas. Now it's your time. I don't understand how that man sat up there and told that lie that they were going to take $30,000 to fix the splash pad, $80,000 to fix the splash pad. Now I had Miss Freeman there today, and I know y'all ain't put $30,000 in there because you ain't came to this chamber to ask them. Who next, man?
Thank you.
Mr. Robert Love.
Thank you. You didn't come to this chamber to ask them about 30 or 80,000. When you sat up here in the past year or so, been lying. I don't understand how these people go for it. Miss Williams there, I'm gonna have her, but you've been lying for a whole month and something about some damn leaves that's on the tree. You could have been cutting down yourself instead of telling that woman a lie every week that I got somebody doing this and I got somebody doing that. People in this town, they ain't telling you, but I'm telling you, they tired of you lying. And I don't know why these people sit up here and listen at all the lies you done told since you've been here. Since you've been here, you done lied about everything that you done talked about up here. That's why I'm at you, cause you's a liar. If there's any truth in you, I'd probably consider, but there's no truth in you. There's no truth in you, Lucas. What else? What the next lie you gonna tell? Cause like I'm just saying, I come in here tonight and I'm waiting to hear the evaluation. If anybody done did any kind of little evaluation that you done something good, I want to know where it's at. I want to see it because I can't find nothing that you have done that you have said you was gonna do. Every time we done been in here and you say you coming back the next meeting with something, you ain't came back with nothing yet. And I'm gonna tell you about Mr. Scott. Scott wouldn't tell you. You saw the damn code enforcement right there to that man's house, and then next thing he know, a porch what don't cost $20 to fix. You had people right there talking about it cost $15,000 to do this and do that. You did it. You did it, Lucas, cause you know who? Everybody tell on you now. All the people what you've been running to, they running from you now. And they telling on you, they telling what you doing. They telling how conniving you is with everybody in this community. You got these people what work in the city scared. Scared. And that's a shame. And you ain't from here. That's why you don't know anything about here. That's why you don't know nobody to cut a tree. That's why you don't know nobody to fix the pad. But you gonna set up and tell a lie. And like I said, y'all tell that lie. Come on, Mr. Carlos, didn't y'all say y'all had an engineer out there and it cost $30,000 to fix it? Do you remember that, Lucas? I know you ain't gonna say nothing, cause you on that, but do you remember you come back and told us it cost $80,000 to fix it? Do you remember? But do y'all remember? I'm talking about the commission. Do y'all remember this man telling y'all it cost $30,000 to fix the splash pad?
Our kids done went through a whole summer and finna go through another when it could have been fixed if he would have been lying, if he'd have been doing his job. But you don't know how to do your job. And they already done figured that out now. When you come here, you wasn't no city manager. They gave you that title. And they gave you a title that you don't deserve. Because you don't know how to do nothing to come out of city manager. The next time, in the next few minutes, you're going to call Miss Adam or Miss Boulay up here and answer your questions.
Thank you.
Hold on.
Ms. Armour Shannon?
I'm giving my minutes to all.
Now, I still can't understand how y'all, as commissioners from Pahokee, have to take all of this up. Keith, you know, when he gone, like I've been telling y'all, when he gone, y'all gonna still be taking this on what he leaving. All of this, what he leaving, Ms. Perez, Mr. Bolden, Mr. Babb, Mr. Gonzalez, Ms. Murray, all of what he leaving, he gonna leave it in y'all lap. These lies, what he been telling, they in y'all lap. But let me get back to Mr. Scott here. That man ran around there and had that got that man held up now. He put, y'all know it, all y'all up there know it. That man filled out the thing and then here go the code enforcement. On his back porch. Go out there and find out, ride by and find out, can you see his back porch? But no, when all the way hit the fan, he done sent everybody to his house now to try to straighten it. That's a shame, people. This man is vindictive. And he gonna turn on y'all. He gonna turn on y'all. I'm telling y'all right now in your face. I'm glad I'm in control of it like way. I ain't losing it. Well, I can tell you about your behind. Man, you need to be gone last week. The 2 weeks ago when my birthday, I swear we were gonna come in here and fire you. And if they don't fire you tonight, I don't know why. You run around here, and then like I said, they talking about the lake up there. How in the hell this will get done in 2 or 3 days now? He can go get somebody that everybody know is a crook. The people what he done got is a crook, cause he's a crook. He don't know nobody out here. He been here all this time, but now all of a sudden he know who to get to do the dyke, to get this done. You's a crook, and then you been bringing crooks. I still ain't got nothing out the finance director. All of the people what you bring in here, don't nobody know them but you. And these y'all up there ought to think about that. Like I say, I come from, ain't nobody tell you I stay in Pahokee. I live in West Palm Beach. My heart in Pahokee, and it ain't gonna go nowhere else. And long as you here, Lucas, I'm gonna be here every night to raise him. If y'all wanna get me out of some of these meetings, get rid of him. Because like I said, y'all ought to be tired of him lying. If anybody up there gave him a good valuation, I don't know what y'all seen. Because ever since he been up there, he been lying. And then this takes the cake. Oh, it's gonna cost $30,000 to fix his flat pad. Yeah, I'm having it checked on it. Then the next meeting, it's gonna cost $80,000. But you don't forgot. When the flat pad got up there, they came to the commission meeting and said, here go $250,000 check, Mr. Love. We want to name this flat pad after you. And I said, no, I don't need nothing named after me. If it were named after me, you wouldn't be there now, because I've been done raised enough hell about that flat pad. Here's the commissioner's part. And y'all commissioners ought to be shamed that he done left it up there like this all this time. And then now y'all know it could have been fixed. Miss Freeman been up there this morning, and she videoed, the man said it'll be through by the weekend. He could have been had it done. But he sat here and keep telling y'all lies, keep pulling the wool over y'all eyes. But he ain't putting it over mine yet. Why we call him lying, licking lip Lucas? It's cause he lied. And every time he lick his lips,
Thank you for
he
your
finna
comments,
tell
Mr.
another.
Love. Any additional comments, cards?
Ms. Sheila Williams?
Sheila Williams. I live at 271 Booker Place. My concern is the tree that needs cutting in the yard. I spoke to Mr. Lucas on the 13th, and he said that the truck was in the way and that's why they couldn't cut the tree down. I moved the truck on the 13th. I called you back and I spoke with you and you said you was working on it. I spoke with you again on the 17th, and you told me that you had spoke to several vendors, and you also was trying to rent some tools. Nobody still hasn't been there. What's the update on the what's I originally spoke to you in April when I first put the tent on the house, and the man informed me that the termites was living in the tree, and I need to get rid of the tree in order to get rid of the termites. And that was in April.
So at the time I spoke with you, we didn't know the city had owned the property right next to you.
I informed you of that.
So once all that was cleared, I then ordered staff to see what they could do. I guess our boom truck just can't go that high. So we have to rent equipment, and that's where I'm at right now, is getting a lift when it's available so they can come out and go up high enough to cut down the branches.
When it's available.
Yes,
That might take 6 months.
I'm just reporting back what I know.
And Robert, can you finish the rest of my minutes?
Yes, Captain.
Look like I ain't gonna get that done. It's gonna be a year.
Please.
We cover her house.
Please, ma'am.
So they're gonna recover her house.
Yeah.
Ma'am.
But now, hold it, the thing is, that lady said she talked to him in April. I came and talked to him in April. We done been sitting right here. This man been telling this same lie. What he told that lie? Oh, I got the Jackson boys to cut it. Had never talked to the Jackson boys. Y'all know it. Is any of y'all familiar with that conversation when he told me he had Keith? Were you here when he told me he had the
You
Jackson
never
boys
talked to
cut
the
it?
Jackson family because I
What?
told you I spoke to him.
You spoke to him
I'm
after I
tired
caught you in a
of
lie.
you saying that I'm lying.
After I caught you in a lie, you spoke to him.
I hope
Went
you
the
got
next
some
day and I
facts.
called them and actually had you spoke to them and know what they said? No.
I hope
they
you
don't
got
have to
some
lie.
facts.
I'm gonna check up on you because you lie about everything you said. Like I still say, you still can't tell me why you told me the spare pad was 30,000 and 80,000.
It sounds like
you can't
he's
tell me
lying
why
too.
the tree ain't cut in the yard. Cause you gonna tell me, oh, we trying to rent tools, we trying to get some tools, or we trying to get somebody to cut it. Damn, that's two different situations. If you gonna rent tools, you ain't got to go get nobody to cut it. You lying. You still lying, cause you told two lies just then. Oh, I'm gonna rent some tools, we trying to rent some tools. And then you told me, like, oh, I'm trying to get somebody to cut it. That's two lies you just told. About the same tree, and it ain't gonna be cut next week. You running around here trying to do something, man, you there doing, you going back.
Mr. Love.
Miss Joanne Culberson.
I got you, Miss Coles. Yeah. Now, how many more lies we gonna hear tonight? Cause you just not trying. You ain't gonna tell me none of them lies. You just tried to tell her. I had two people. I had somebody rent some equipment, and you ain't gonna tell me them lies. Why is the splash pad? Why hasn't the splash pad been fixed? Why have it not been fixed? Because you lied from the word say go. Is that good enough to say? Can I say you lied from the word say go because you told me it was $30,000? And then after we told you you were lying, you come back and said it was $80,000? Because you know you hadn't done anything when I was telling you it only cost $250,000 to fix. But you know what your dumb behind did?
I tell you what, you got one more time to call me out my name.
What name I call y'all? Lion
call
Lick
me
and Lick
dumb.
Lucas. Lion Lick and Lick Lucas, that's the name I call
call me
y'all.
dumb
I call
one
you
more
by
time.
your whole name, Lion Lick and Lick Lucas.
Man.
Call me something. Sick it on me. You
All
all
right,
come,
Mr.
you all.
Love, we're gonna end that.
Okay,
We'll move
Lion
on.
Lick and Lick Lucas. Okay, here go. I'm gonna go here. Why haven't the splash pad been fixed? Why did you have to lie twice? Do y'all remember anybody would be to the table? Miss Payne, I know you remember. He called me late and I'm on live. And he told all kind of lies on the live. And oh, I'm gonna speak to you tomorrow, Mr. Love. No, you wasn't gonna speak to me because time you got back, everybody up there told you. You was on live. You talked to Mr. Love on live and you had egg all on your face because you lied that whole time you talked to me. I still can't get over how the commissioner sat here and let you just lie. Any job y'all on, if y'all lie like he been lying, they'd have been done fired y'all. If y'all would lie like he been lying, they'd have been done fired y'all. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I don't care where you were working at. If you were working in a a doo-doo factory. They done fired you. I don't care how bad they need somebody. When you lie, I don't care how bad they need you. They fire you. And that's what they need to be doing with you. Cause like I said, you run up in here, you didn't even have title of city manager. You started here and act like you know what you was doing. Cause you can call Miss Boulay and call Miss Adam and ask them to answer your question. You haven't answered the question yet. Now you start up here. I want to hear this about this dock. I want to hear all these lies tonight, cause I know you ain't magic. You can't get a tree cut down in somebody's yard, but all of a sudden you can get somebody to work on the docks over there for millions of dollars. Has anybody figured that part out? Have you figured that part out, Mr. Perez? He can't get a tree cut down in the lady yard, but now he can get the docks fixed. You trying to save Grace, boy, but let me tell you something. If these people in this town keep going for what you got going on, we're going to be so far behind till it's pathetic. You're going to have us in a hole we ain't going to never get out.
Mr. Love, did you not say the splash pad's getting fixed?
It should have been fixed last year.
Are they getting fixed?
Should have been fixed last year. If you wouldn't have been lying, you done lied. Now you want to act like you're doing something called getting fixed. I could have got it fixed last year. I've been told y'all was lying when y'all were talking about, oh, we had a inspector go out there, we had an engineer go out there. Y'all would have had everybody go out there, but now somebody go out there, all it needs is a pump where y'all burnt it up. When y'all went out there the last time and turned it on, y'all burnt the damn pump up. You think I don't know that?
Ms. City Clerk, are there any additional comments, cards?
No, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can I interrupt and can I say something, please?
And I did-
1,200 miles coming down here. I want to say something, please. Let me get on everything.
You did a comment card?
No, just a couple minutes. Just
He
let
didn't
me
get
get on
any
it,
time.
please. I know
Like
I'm
you
out
say, he
of
come
order.
from Jersey.
I'm out of order. Just let me, because it's, you
He ain't
know,
gonna talk about Lucas.
just please let me do it. You know, I don't want no trouble. You know, Mr. Perez's family, wasn't for them, I wouldn't even talking to y'all right now.
Yeah.
Please.
I'm gonna have to follow the protocol. If a card is not completed, then
Okay,
we're not
I
gonna.
perfectly understand that
Yeah.
and some other time,
Okay.
but
Okay, next we have
You couldn't pull them and let somebody.
Proclamation, Kids Fit Jamathon Day Proclamation.
Proclamation declaring July 19th, 2023 as the 12th annual Kids Fit Jamathon. Whereas the City of Pahokee takes special notice and acknowledges the exceptional service Digital Vibres has provided for more than 12 years to our citizens of highest potential, our children. And whereas in 2010, Digital Vibres, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, was founded to reach out to the underserved youth in Palm Beach County through mentoring them through dance, fitness, technology, and the arts. And whereas Digital Vibres partners with more than 200 local after-school sites, community-based organizations, and summer camp programs serving thousands of children each year. And whereas Digital Vibres serves all children within and even beyond Palm Beach County. And whereas Digital Vibres has hosted events such as Let's Move, PBC, and programs such as wellness, workshops, fitness jams, and digital expressions where children can create songs and videos to express themselves. And whereas Kids Fit Jamathon is the largest kids dance fitness concert in the nation. And whereas Digital Vibres has grown a following nationally and has a viral dance video on TikTok with over 42 million views, bringing national and international attention to Palm Beach County. And whereas Digital Vibres will host its largest event yet this year with dance, fitness, healthy activities, and snacks and dance performances by local students, where the winning sites of the competitions will take home a cash prize. Now, therefore, I, Keith W. Babb, Jr., Mayor of the City of Pahokee, city and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim Wednesday, July 19th as the 12th Annual Kids Fit Jamathon. And this is to be held at the South Florida Fairgrounds in the city of West Palm Beach, and urges all citizens to join in congratulating and celebrating Digital Vibres on their 12th Kids Fitness Jamathon celebration. And it says it is proclaimed this day in June, and Keith W. Babb Jr., Mayor, Vice Mayor Claire Mervin, Commissioner Juan Gonzalez, Commissioner Derek Bolden, and Commissioner Sarah Perez.
Thank you, City Attorney. City Commission, just as a matter of formality, I just ask for a motion and a second to approve the proclamation.
I make a motion that we approve the declaration.
Second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Perez and properly seconded by Commissioner Gonzalez for the approval of the proclamation for Kids Day. Call for question. Hearing none. Ready for a vote?
I do have a question. This happened on the 19th.
At the fairground.
Yes.
Yeah, fairgrounds.
Did we get email for that?
I did.
Yes, they emailed for a proclamation, but the meetings were canceled, so we had to push it back to this meeting.
I mean, to attend. Didn't they have a thing at the fairgrounds?
The invitation.
No, I didn't get an invitation.
I got it.
No.
I got one too. I received the email even asking for RFP if you was going to attend so they can announce who was there.
I don't remember getting one, but
Any additional questions? Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Perez,
yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Bolden,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Yes.
Mayor Babb.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Motion passed by unanimous vote. Next on the agenda is the business of the month for Healthier Glaze. And we'll have our city attorney read that.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the business of the month is awarded to Healthier Glades. It's located at 491 East Main Street, Pahokee, Florida, 33476, and in recognition of outstanding service to the community. This is for Healthier Glades.
Thank you. I'd like to also entertain a motion in a second so we can accept and approve the business of the month. This was submitted by our city Commissioner Derek Bolden.
Need a motion?
Yeah, just as standard for the record.
Okay. A motion that we accept Healthier Glazes business of the month for July, or is this June?
It's for June.
Are we still behind? For June.
It has been moved by Commissioner Perez and second by Commissioner Gonzalez to accept the business of the month, Healthier Glades. Call for questions. Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Perez,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Bolden,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Yes.
Mayor Babb.
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Motion passed by unanimous vote. Now we'll move down and present this proclamation to Annie Ifield, and we'll have our Commissioner Derek Bolden present it.
Oh, did I do that?
It's the second one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
My ankle for some reason. I don't know why.
You getting out?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Oh, what you're writing over my toes.
Yeah. The top.
You have to give it to So on behalf of the Pahokee City Commission, Commissioner Sarah Perez, Vice Mayor Bergen, Commissioner Bolden, Commissioner Gonzalez, the city manager, myself as mayor, and our entire city staff would like to congratulate you on being business of the month. And now we have our commissioner do the official recognition and deliverance.
On behalf of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, I'd like to present the business of the month for the month of June. Thank you so much for all the hard work that you do. This woman is at everything. She participates in everything. She has an open heart. She loves. She works with people. And I don't know a better person to receive this at this moment. I want to thank you so much for all the hard work that she's done. We love you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Thank you, Pahokee citizens. I appreciate it.
We thank you.
Oh, wait, can you hold, can we put that first? My apologies. All right, right here in the middle. 1, 2, 3. All right.
So I've been asked to say a few words. I'm going to be brief. First of all, good evening, everyone. For those who don't know me, even though you may see me come to commission meetings and talk about information and share resources with the community, I am a lifelong resident of the Glades, actually. I am a daughter of a cane cutter. My parents migrated here from Barbados to work for U.S. Sugar. So I'm not a stranger to this community. So when I had an opportunity to come back home and give back, I made it my mission to make sure to give back what the community gave me. And so even though this job allows me the opportunity to reach out to so many different people from Canal Point to South Bay, even though I'm originally from Belglade, I still think of the Glades as one. And so anything that I try to do to make sure that residents and community stakeholders are aware of different resources that are in the community, I try to share that as much as I can. It's not an easy job, and it takes a commitment from everyone to make it work. I'm just now first of all, I'm surprised, but I'm thankful for this award. I was just now leaving from the city of Belglade because they're doing a focus group now on issues around lupus. And so I've been working with them to try to bring awareness around lupus and chronic health conditions. I'm also doing some things with seniors, addressing issues around brain health. So there's a lot of things that are happening in the community right now. And if anytime there's stuff that's going on, I'm gonna try to make sure that I bring it to the city, bring it to the residents so that you know what's going on. And with that, I say thank you for this award.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll move to our consent agenda. We have 4 items on the consent agenda. The first is the June 27, 2023 City Commission meeting minutes. The next one is Resolution 2023-34. The next is a Resolution 2023-36. The next and the last is a Resolution 23-37. I'd like to entertain a motion for the acceptance of the agenda items, the consent agenda items. And we'll do all at once.
I'll make a motion that we accept all the resolution or the everything that's been put on the agenda items.
It has been moved by Commissioner Perez and seconded by Commissioner Bolden for the acceptance of the consent agenda items. call for questions. Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Perez,
Yes.
Commissioner Bowden,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Murray,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Motion passed by unanimous vote. Next, we have old business, discussion of existing activities or previous held events, if any. City Manager, do you have any items that you'd like to discuss under the old business?
None at this time, sir.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have an ordinance and a public hearing. First ordinance is ordinance 2023-6, first reading. City Attorney.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, setting the City of Pahokee's municipal election for March the 19th, 2024, to be held concurrently with the State of Florida's presidential preference primary election, setting qualifying dates, providing for representations, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, City Attorney. City Manager, want to give us a brief explanation?
This is the presidential preference for primary elections, and setting the qualifying dates and the representation is at the discretion of City of Pahokee. And this is our first reading.
Thank you, City Attorney. At this time, I'm opening this up for a public hearing on ordinance 2023-6. Are there anyone in the audience wish to address this ordinance or speak on it?
And Mr. Mayor, just for the record, while he's coming up, this is the first reading.
Okay.
Yeah, I know
Yes.
this is the first reading, but I want to know where we get to this point at. Why are we changing the date to the 19th? What was it before we started changing the date?
The election is held on the second Tuesday, but because of the primary presidential is on the third Tuesday, we are moving to run with it because SOE will not be conducting any extra elections at that time.
But I'm still saying, when you have the city election for Pahokee,
It'll
I think
be-
it's gonna be confusing when you have that primary election.
It's
for-
running congruent.
I don't
with the
understand what you're saying.
concurrent. And they do it every 4 years. Every time we have. a
Every 4
primary
years, they done did it
every-
in Pahokee.
Every time we have a primary presidential, we run our election with it. So you can pull
I'm
up.
familiar with that one, cause like I'm still saying, it seems like it's gonna throw the people in Pahokee off. You ain't gonna get the people out like you would get them out.
The advertisement is still the same.
Now, I understand what you're saying, but you don't understand what I'm saying. You from Pahokee?
I am born and raised in Pahokee.
But you know the people in Pahokee, or you been on the porch, or you have been in the streets? Cause what you telling me now, what you telling me now, I know you're hanging in the streets, cause you don't know the people in Pahokee. What you telling me now, that the people in Pahokee gonna be satisfied with what y'all doing, and I'm telling you that they're not.
Again, sir, this has been going on for over 100 years. Pahokee was established in 1922. This is nothing new. Every time there's a primary presidential election, we run congruent with it.
Okay, I'm gonna just check it, I'm gonna check it, ma'am.
Oh, you don't have to. You can look on the
Yes, I
website
can.
and you can pull it up.
I am a Palm Beach County resident, and I think I get to speak on this. First of all, I want to say that this just blew my mind, what I just heard, because what happens when you do that, when you run an election like that with the county party and everything, the county party and the state party was going to win every time because you cannot separate the two. They're going to run that same column down there, and you, like you said, it's going to be confusion, but everybody's going to vote Democrat that ticket and everything. Like you said, it's been that way for 100 years, but if it was that way for 100 years, it don't make it right. I'm from a city up in Camden, and I'm not from here, and I'm experiencing the same thing. No, this is not good at all. This is just my opinion. It is not good. And I want to say another thing. I love the city of Pahokee. I'm glad I sit up there and got to say this. Got much love. You know, I got much love for the mayor up there. You know, your family helped me out big time. Okay? For my ice cream business and everything, your family helped me out big time. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for y'all.
Hearing no other comments. I close the public hearing. At this time, I entertain a motion to adopt this ordinance on first reading. And we will have a second reading on this. There, any motion?
Mayor, I move that we will adopt ordinance 2023-06.
I'll second.
Okay, it has been moved by Vice Mayor Mervin and properly second by Commissioner Bolden for the adoption of ordinance 2023-6 on first reading. Call for questions.
I don't have a question, I just, want to explain something. The reason that this is, being done is because it's, more economical for the city to run the election at the same time that they're running the other election. If not, it will be a separate charge to the city, because it's,
Okay. Any additional questions?
Unfortunately, it won't be a second charge. They will not be hosting any elections in March besides the March 19th presidential. They don't have.
Even if you wanted to do it at that
No,
day.
ma'am.
Any additional question? Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Yes.
Commissioner Bolden,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Perez,
yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Motion passed by unanimous vote. Next, we have a resolution. As requested, we're going to move the resolution I to the top, and then we'll come with the other resolution. Resolution 2023-45, City Attorney.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, approving Tom Cripps Construction, Inc. for emergency repair services pertaining to Marina Docks D, E, and F pursuant to a certain consent order and temporary use agreement between the State of Florida Department of Environmental Protection, the Board of Trustees of the Internal Improvement Trust, and the State of Florida and the City of Pahokee, Florida, accepting the repair quote attached hereto is Exhibit A, authorizing the city manager to take necessary action to enter into an agreement in a contract form acceptable to the city attorney, providing for adoption of representations, providing for an effective date.
Okay. Thank you, City Attorney.
Yes, sir.
City Manager, could you give us a brief explanation of this resolution?
Yes, sir. Come on, just put you on the speaker. I'm gonna mute you right now, Ms. Christine. Sir, this is an emergency contract that we're trying to execute, in which we had two companies, Tom Crisp Construction and the other being H. Kelly Marine, both out of Fort Lauderdale. And through meeting with them each several times and going through our scope of work that was prepared by our building official, Mr. Shane, we came to this conclusion of information here that you see on page 113 and on 114. And note that the bid does not include repairs for the water pump outs, electrical, performance bond. We didn't obtain annual sales for the past 3 years and reference check.
Thank you, City Manager. City Commission, having heard this resolution properly read by our City Attorney, properly explained by City Manager, what is your pleasure?
Mayor,
We're
I
gonna
move
ask
that
for
we would
a
accept.
motion, though, I'm saying.
I'm sorry.
We're gonna need to ask for a motion and a move.
Now?
Yeah.
Oh, Mayor, I move that we will accept resolution 2023-45.
I'll second, but I have a question.
It has been moved by Vice Mayor Mervin and properly second by Commissioner Bolden for the adoption of Resolution 2023-45. Call for question. Commission vote.
As Mr. Lucas read the note, the bid doesn't include repairs for water pumps, electrical performance bond, annual sales. My only concern is about the performance bond. I'm sorry? No, I was saying my only concern is about the performance bond. The bid does not include it. And can we get a explanation of what that is and why it's not included, or will it be included once we start making arrangements?
Yes, we just didn't get for the time at the moment, the quote. Ms. Christina, on you representing Tom Chris Construction, would your company have any issues with completing out the bid process for the water pump outs, electrical, and the performance bond?
Would we have issues providing the bid
Yes.
and the work? No, we would not have issues.
The performance bond, you'll be able to get a performance bond based on your turned in proposal amount of $576,133.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
I have a bunch of questions,
Commissioner Pereira.
right?
Can you hear?
Okay,
Can you hear? Commissioner Perez has a question for you.
I have a
Oh, I
bunch
did
of
not hear
them.
the question. Can you repeat it?
She's about to ask you questions.
Okay, the first question, Mr. Lucas, is I want to know, when did you first become familiar with the issues with Docs D, E, and F?
I'm sorry, when was the first time?
She was asking me a question, so 1 second.
Oh, okay.
I've become aware of the docks being damaged last year.
Last year when? More precise, last year?
So when I first came back in April, when I noticed that there was an unopened envelope left by Greg Thompson, that's when I became aware.
Okay, can I ask, when the deputy city manager first became familiar with the issue of the docks and the DEP requirements to repair them?
They didn't put the requirement on us until they did the settlement. So in order to release, to have a lease renewal, that's when they put the condition of docks D, E, and F only needed to be repaired in order for us to receive our 10-year extension for the lease.
I just want to make a correction. If I may, I just, for the record, in case the state is listening or something like that, this is actually, we actually got a temporary use agreement with the state. We don't actually have a renewal of the lease yet. So I just want to be clear. If you get the repairs done, then the state will entertain the renewal of the lease. Okay? Just so everybody's on the same page.
Are you aware that the first inspection was in 2018? Are you aware that the second inspection was in 2021 and the repairs have not been done as yet? And now, the last order that you got, that's the last extension that they were giving until January 31st. Okay, so if it has been that time, why are we sitting here at this later date, almost in September, declaring an emergency with just 190 calendar days left, right in the middle of a hurricane season, to begin selecting a contractor to complete these repairs?
We are here and have several options to get it done.
I know where we're at, and I know how we're doing it. And last time, you told me several times, I'm gonna put it out for bid, I'm gonna put it out for bid. It hasn't gone out for bid. Not once has it gone out for bid. This is why we got the extension from DEP, because on the letter, we stated that we have been unable to get secure bids for this work.
As you realize, commission asked for this to come back a certain way. That's why I didn't place it out for a request for proposal.
What commission? Because we talked about it here. It was supposed to be voted. It was supposed to be put on the agenda to vote whether we wanted to put it as an emergency. I was totally against it because I'm not for the same thing that we did with the previous city manager, that waited till the last minute, come to the commission, and he was granted to go out and seek his own contractor. That is why the Marina is in the condition that it is. So I'm totally against it. And you told me, oh, I'm putting it out for bid. You just said it in the meeting that we had the other day. I'm putting it out for bid, but I'm still trying to entertain it, or whatever the word you said. I want to know how much time you have allocated for permitting with the Army Corps of Engineers, DEP, Palm Beach County, and anybody else that you need to do permits with. And I want to know what permits are required for this project, and who pays the cost of the permits, including any permits required by the city of Pahokee.
We would pay for all permits needed for this project. Now, as far as FDEP, we don't need a permit. I sent an email and asked that question of what all agencies. So they were saying we can move forward.
So Corps of Engineers, you don't need anything, and Palm Beach County or anybody else?
Palm Beach County, we don't need a permit for build any kind of renovations to the marina.
And how much time have you allocated?
It would be over a 30-day period for a permit if it's needed by the Army Corps of Engineers.
Okay. Why are we not allowing others to bid on this project? As that's typically the case, not just on an emergency basis with 2 bids and no open forum.
When we tried to get along the way people to come out to bid it, they said they wouldn't want to come to Pahokee.
So you go out and you try to ask the people, do you want to bid on the project, or you just do your project, you put it, advertise it, and let the people, show interest in the bid? Because it hasn't been put for bid, not once. Not once has it been put for bid. So how do you know that people are not willing to come over here to do the job? Now you got 2 that are interested. Okay. Did the city offer a pre-bid conference of any interested contractors?
No.
Why not?
The only bid process we did walking through was for the emergency.
Okay. What's the city's responsibility to provide electric to each of the slips in piers D, E, and F, and is the city going to pay for it?
Yes.
Okay, so it's the city's responsibility to provide electrical. Will each slip be providing for both 30 and 50 amp service at each and every slip, like is typically done at every marina?
Yes.
Okay,
For the scope of work, yes. Then you have water pump outs.
Where's the scope of work?
It's in the original, so I sent all the commissioners the bid that our building official, Shane, had done several months ago. So I just sent that out to you in an email the other day.
Is that several months or several years?
I just sent it to you like a day or so.
I know when you send it. I said, when was it prepared?
It was prepared probably 4 months ago.
4 months ago?
Max of 5.
Okay, so when they did it, well, let me keep going with this. How about portable water to each of the slips for D and F?
Why would we have portable water to where we have water pump outs to pump out from the boats for the connection? Don't need potable water for that.
You don't need portable water. So the only water you need there is to pump out the system. That's the only water that you need to provide to the docks?
It's kind of just like the campground. You have your water connection, which is the pump out, and then you have the electricity, which is the amperages that are out in front when you pull up into the pier.
And what if they need water? Where they get the water from?
Well, when they connect to the pump out.
The pump is to pump it out, not to bring water in. And it's portable water. Okay, so the sewage pump out facilities for each pier. Are we gonna do the pump out?
Just a second, let me pull this up.
Let the professionals talk. They answer those questions.
He's doing a good job. Because you see, he don't know. Where is some people?
Mr. Love.
Where are we getting the funding for the electrical service for all three docks?
We would get it from the ARPA money.
So after this $500,000, we're gonna get more money for the electrical and for the pump out of the sewage, and then the water for each slip.
Yes. One of the things that I want to do in the meantime is look at borrowing dollars from the state where it could be granted, money can be granted back to us through the project.
The state,
Yes. we
through
get
what
a-
program?
So they have like a pier and Marina funding process that we could go through to get monies in the meantime. In the meantime, we also can look at consolidating, like paying off our football field loan in order to be able to go and get other dollars, because we got the whole pier to also consider, which is the docks A, B, and C, as well as the boat ramp.
Okay, this contractor that you're looking at, what firefighting capabilities will he be providing on each of the piers?
I haven't asked that question to any of the,
One of them's on the phone, you could ask.
Christina, are you there?
Yes, sir.
You let her give her a chance to talk. She can answer all the questions. Just get it.
I did not hear the question.
She was asking, does your company have firefighting capacity,
Capabilities.
capability?
We do have safety stand-downs. If firefighting capabilities, if we need to supply all those things, we can do that. We would just need to know.
Well, you do need to bring it when if you do get the job. Would the contractor be providing ladders at the end of each finger pier for each and every pier on docks D, E, and F?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Lucas, do you know what year those floating docks originally installed at the marina?
I'm not certain. Do you recall on the report I sent out to you, Miss Christina,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
the year the docks were installed?
Originally.
I do have that on the report. I just don't have the report in front of me. I have our proposal in front of me. I can pull it up if you would like.
Yes.
Do you know who built these floating docks?
I had seen the name, but I can't remember right off the top of my head. I didn't bring that documentation.
Does Murphy Brothers sound familiar? Do you know what material was used for the floating docks to float?
So there's two types of things there. You have the Brazilian wood, which the docks are made of, APAC, and then there's also the pontoons themselves.
Is it a
Well, it's just
HDPE, high density polyethylene or styrene?
I wouldn't know the intensity of the aluminum and what grade. Have
Do you know
found what
why
you're looking
many
for yet, Miss
of the
Christina?
finger piers are projecting from the pier?
No, there's,
She's still looking. I'm sorry, what was your last question, Commissioner?
I said, do you know why do many of the finger piers are projecting from the pier in D, E, and F? Or
Well,
appear
that's-
to
that-
be,
that
or
gets into
appear
the-
to be sinking?
Many of these
Well,
questions
the
are actually for the
sinking too that's there is because they dislodged from their, from the brace, so it has to be redone.
Okay. You know why? Because they were constructed with a single platoon, making them unbalanced. They should have had two platoons to keep each finger pier balanced. Okay? What is the consider useful life for the HDPE floating platoons located in the water 24/7?
Do you know the platoon useful life? I don't know the useful life. It's been over 20 years, so I imagine it's at its life's end.
Well, I have read that the HDPE pipe is highly flammable, sensitive, to stress cracking and has poor weathering resistance. Is that the case here in Pahokee?
Well, none of our platoons have to be replaced. They can be repaired because of the type of material they are. So that's the saving grace of it not being more of a cost.
My question is that I have read that the HDPE pipe is highly flammable, sensitive to stress cracking, and has poor weathering resistance.
I have to look at the information from the original proposal or when the design by the Murphy brothers.
Okay, do you know what material was used for the decking on top of the floats?
Well, that's Brazilian wood, APAC.
And what is the condition of this decking, the decking?
Well, it's good in spots
Answer that.
on the APAC. The higher cost material is going to be the replacement of the wood versus doing composition versus aluminum. Aluminum will be the most durable.
Okay. IPE wood is what was used up there. And the condition should be good for most of the actual wood plank on the top. And I know that some will require replacement. What material was used for the stringers underneath the planks on top of the floating pontoons?
I don't know the name of the stringers per se, but I know they were listed, several sections of it. What type of, Ms. Christina, is the stingers that you guys are looking to replace?
Yes, so some of the stringers we can see are obvious that need to be replaced, and then some of them we can't see, and then we only want to replace the ones that we absolutely have to. And from the pictures and then from our visit, that's how we got that number. We will only charge for the stringers that we replace. If we need to replace more than the quantity that we gave you, that would be an extra cost, but we tried to do the bid as accurate as possible with our site visit in May.
Okay, the stringers are made out of wood.
Now, are the stringers that you had identified, are they made out of wood?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was the wood pressure treated? And
Is
do you
the
know
wood
the
pressure
dimension
treated?
of the wood?
Yes, everything is pressure treated that we use.
Okay, so do you know what's the dimension of the wood that was utilized for supporting the structure?
She wants to know the dimensions of the wood, the planks, the boards, the Brazilian wood.
Let me see if I can pull that up real quick.
And if you know what attaches the stringers to the actual floating pontoons?
Does the stringer attach to the actual floating platoon?
I would need to look
What
at what floating
attaches it?
platoon you're referencing.
No.
Is that the one that we are demoing?
I want to know
On
what
Dock B,
attaches,
the failed floating dock?
She wants to have an anchor to the platoons.
She
what
wants to,
attaches the stringer to the actual floating platoon?
she wants to know how the stringer is attached to the platoon.
Oh,
What, not how, what?
we would have to get in there. I'm not sure. Taylor is the system matter expert on that, and he would definitely know off the top of his head, but I will have to get back to you on that.
Okay, does the contractor intend to replace the entire stringer systems of Pier D, E, and F?
Do you plan to replace the entire Stinger system on docks D, E, and F?
No, like I said, we are only going to replace the ones that absolutely need it. We felt the dock was in very decent condition. Obviously, there's places that are warping more than others, and we will remove and replace the ones that need it. We will scab the ones that are teetering, but we do not want to do more work than we have to, than what is required, and to make everything safe and the longevity. We want to give you guys a good product, but we also don't want to overcharge you for things that are not needed.
Was a structural review undertaken by a competent structural engineer to determine what should be replaced? What can be repaired? If repaired, for how long? A serviceable period?
She's asking, will you be having a structural engineer look at the system, the stringer system?
Off the top of my head, I don't know the answer to that, but we do have a structural engineer that, if required, we will definitely use.
How are the floating docks anchored to the lake bottom? And what's the condition of the anchoring system currently in?
So were you able to hear her, Christina?
I did not, I'm so sorry.
She was asking about the conditions of the,
How are the floating docks anchored to the lake bottom?
how are the floating docks anchored to the floating docks?
And what's the condition of the system currently in?
And what is the condition of the system in?
Okay, so, let me see if I can find that.
Has it been visually inspected by divers?
So they are plastic caps that go over the floating docks, and transition plates.
For anchoring?
Transition plates also.
That's what's anchoring the floating docks to the bottom of the lake?
Anchoring the floating docks to the bottom of the lake. Or
I'm not sure the floating dock gets anchored to the bottom of the lake. It gets attached with the transition plate from the ramp to the floating dock.
So it hasn't been visually inspected? Do they need a diver to inspect this?
so were you able to see it, or is it necessary to have a diver investigate it?
I believe we will be supplying a diver when we go out there, because some of the work will have to happen in the water. And they will be able to tell if the floating docks are anchored to the bottom.
So we haven't had any engineer certified this system recently, right?
Correct.
Okay. As far as the bond, who's gonna be responsible for the cost of the bond?
Typically, Christina, is Tom Crisp Construction responsible for obtaining a performance bond that the city's requiring?
Yes, if it's required more than we normally give, that would be an additional price.
So they will add the cost of the bond to the original price that they bid it.
So what's your threshold? What is the have we met the threshold, being at 576,000 and some change?
sure what the price would be, but I can definitely let you guys know.
And if you have to add it, it's added to the bid price of which you just had submitted for. So it'd be in addition to the $576,133.
Correct. And then, like I had stated, that this proposal is a cost plus unit cost proposal, so we will only charge for what we use, and then anything in addition will be on top. But if we don't, like, let's say we're replacing 10 stringers on dock D, but we only actually replace 7, we will only charge you for the 7 we replace at the cost that we have provided you.
Okay, so in other words, this $500,000, this $500,000 is for what they have put in this quote, which basically all 3 docks is the same thing. Remove and replace damaged deck boards, damaged stringers, damaged fascia boards, transition plats, remove and replace damaged whalers, remove and replace damaged rubber bumper repairs, attach ladder, pressure clean, not to include electrical. That's the only work that's gonna be done to all 3 decks or docks, and that's gonna be $576,000. So we approve this, they go there, and it's gonna be another Barfield Highway, right? Because anything they find is gonna be another change in work order. It's gonna be extra, 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 extra. This is just the tip of the...
So Commissioner Perez's concern is change orders. How accurate is your number is what they're trying to get a feel for? How much of a contingency are you looking at?
Our team has attempted to do all the research we can in providing you this proposal as accurate as we believe it to be. We believe this is what the repairs are needed to get the docks up and running safely, efficiently, effectively. And we did not want to add too much, but we also didn't want to not have enough quantities in there. We feel that we would not have that many change orders because we did a lot of work to get this proposal to be as accurate as possible for you guys.
What's a contingency?
Approximate contingency.
I don't have the approximate contingency. That would be something that I would need to speak with Taylor about.
What warranty are we offered on this job?
What type of warranty will we be given with the repair of this job?
I believe all of our projects come with a standard 1-year warranty.
1 year?
But Taylor might have something that he hasn't spoken to me about with the warranty. And then also there would be maintenance plans that would increase the longevity and elongate a warranty as well.
Are they providing USL and H longshore coverage for their employees? And in an event an alligator attack or including death benefits?
What type of plan again?
USL and H. It's longshore coverage.
Longshoremen's, yes, we have that.
And that'll be provided to all your workers?
We have that already, yes.
I see you have a total of 49 employees. How many will you be allocating to this project?
I would need to check with Taylor to give you an accurate number. I do not want to give you a false.
Are they aware of the alligator problem at our marina
Elevator.
and the danger of working in the vicinity of these gators?
Are you guys aware of the alligator issues we have at the lake?
I'm sure Taylor is aware. We do have another person on the team who is well aware of Pahokee, and I would think that they know about the alligator issues.
Well, they've been regularly found actually on the dock. Does the contractor have a Florida Marine Specialty Contractor license?
Do you have a Florida Special Marine Contractor's
Specialty
license?
Contractor's license.
That is a very good question. I'm not sure exactly what that is. I do know that we are the top marine company in Fort Lauderdale in regards to permit pulling with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineering, federal, state, county.
Are y'all members of the Florida Marine Contractors Association?
Are you a member of the Florida Marine Contractors Association?
That's, again, I'm so sorry. I do not know the answer to that question.
Okay.
Okay. Have you been allowed ample opportunity to review every aspect of this project?
Have you been allowed every opportunity to view all aspects of this project?
Without going on Doc E, yes, we believe so. And we believe that we also got enough information from looking at Doc D and F and all the pictures that were provided to us from Doc E. We were able to give you guys a complete bid.
Okay. What material has the city supplied to the contractor to absolutely ensure there will be no surprises and that upon completion, every platoon will be completely airtight and watertight and provide us not less than 10 years of service or life from the date of completion of this contract?
So Commissioner Perez is asking, what all have the city provided to you? Now, I know we provided the original design plan. I know we provided you the scope of work that we got from our building official. Was there anything else besides the site visit and your own evaluations of walking the docks?
No.
Okay, so in other words, you had, who's the one that provided you with the scope of work?
Our building official.
Okay, your building official. Is your building official certified to do this kind of marine work?
Yes, he's certified to do that. He's
So
the
in
one that
other
put the
words-
estimate together and gave us 3 options.
Okay, so
That
in other
69
words,
page.
in other words, he's certified, he's competent, he knows what he's doing, he's got experience. So he went up there, he inspected everything, and exactly what he put here is what should be done, should be fixed, and we shouldn't have any problems with the docks. And there should not be any change in work orders, any additions, because everything has been done from the get. We got the right person to look at it, on top, on bottom, everything inspected, walk it through and tell you exactly this is all that you need to bring to compliance those docks.
Well, you heard her say that they hadn't provided their diver to go under the water.
I heard that. This should have been done prior to us putting out a bid. This should have been, we should have gotten an engineer, we should have had the proper engineer, you know, a Florida Marine contractor to go in, to look at it and put together the scope of work and then put it out for bid, like it's supposed to be. Because all that we're doing there is we're putting a Band-Aid. They're replacing what needs to be replaced. So anything that's broken, that's popping, that's this, that's what we're replacing.
Okay, at this time, Commissioner Perez.
I'm not done.
Let me make a comment from the chair. I think you have asked a significant question. I understand some of your concerns, but we have 9 resolutions here, and your question, hopefully you're asking them to determine whether or not you're in favor or not of this, and I hope you got at least that information. We need to really move on, or we'll be here all night.
Well, you know what's gonna happen? Because I'm asking these questions so we could have it in public. So not only the people that are here and the ones that are at home, but the ones that are also have interest in this project, you know, they're tuning in. They want to know the answers to these questions. They want to know, did we address these questions, these issues, this problem? How are we doing it? Are we doing it the proper way? Why are we waiting at this time to do an emergency when these issues were from 2018? So all this is being looked at. All these questions, I've been doing nothing but looking at information and things that I need to ask to assure that tomorrow when they come and finish that work and we're out of just $500,000 for this part, and mind it, no electricity, no pump out, and no water. So we're gonna spend $500,000 and those docks are gonna look nice, but they're not gonna be usable. Because you cannot have it without electrical. You cannot have it without pump out. You cannot have it without proper lighting. So it's because we don't ask that we don't know. And then when it happens, well, y'all voted for it. Y'all might vote for it, but unless I get my answers, I'm not voting on it.
Yes, that'll be your choice, though. I understand that. And I think those questions about the pump out and the lighting have or will be addressed. They're gonna give us some additional costs of what it would take to complete those.
Exactly. So it by the time we finish, we're gonna be like $1 million into this project.
Okay. Just out of courtesy from the other commissioners, do any other commissioner have any
Plus the 2.3 that Chandler had.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yes, sir. Mr. Lucas, yesterday I spoken with you in reference to the 2 companies you're representing. You told me you're gonna put this out for RFP.
We can't hear John.
You told me yesterday you're gonna put this out for RFP. And I gave you a company to call. Did you call that company?
Yes.
JG Marine Construction.
Yes.
Why aren't they out here?
He never called back.
Because you're supposed to let them know what's going on, correct?
No, I called who you said call, correct?
Okay, I called them back today.
Yeah.
Okay, just making it clear. And another thing is, how did you come up with these 2 names, these 2 companies? How did that come about?
I discovered them through our research.
Commissioner, why are you signaling the city attorney? What is, yeah, you want this to stop? We're asking too many questions. What is
I'm gonna
it?
answer the question because
Okay.
it's not his job to give the
I'm
city
asking
manager.
anybody ask a question.
No. What I'm saying is, which I looked at her and she obviously wanted to say something.
He's,
I was encouraging her to say it.
that's okay, this is between me and the manager. No, thank you.
No, we're all
Appreciate it.
here.
Okay.
It's not your duty to hand out phone numbers and tell them who to call.
Excuse me?
That's not the job of a commissioner to do that.
Yes, it is. It's the city
Okay,
manager.
go ahead.
Excuse me, Ms. Bernadette Weeks, do you do the hiring?
You,
Do you do the research?
Commissioner, you cannot interfere in the day-to-day operations under the city's charter of the manager, which means that you cannot direct the city manager to make calls to a particular vendor, and you have no authority to do that, and neither does any commissioner.
Nor are
And
you gonna
so,
stop me from
right,
asking
and so if that
questions.
if that happens, that is a clear violation of the charter. And so I was trying to kind of signal you that without, saying it out loud, and Commissioner Bolden was kind enough, I guess, to invite me to let you know that so that you don't continue to do that.
I appreciate it, but I'm gonna continue my questions. Thank you. So how did you come about these two companies?
Through calling around. Yeah.
Have you
So-
contacted anybody from Palm Beach County?
Yes, we called probably 3 or 4 out of Palm Beach County. Then we got some information, a listing from Fort Lauderdale, and then some other people knew some people in Fort Lauderdale through their, what's it called,
Some other people knew other people?
chamber, through the chamber.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, it's funny that just about every person we bring to our city to work in our city comes from around Fort Lauderdale. I don't know any company from West Palm Beach, from Palm Beach County, to ever come out here and do work. Okay, I made some calls over the weekend with marine construction companies. Nobody does electricity, I'll give you that. But the electricity is a big deal because that's extra money we have to spend, okay? You're getting quotes from these two companies. Why do we only have 2 companies on this? When you're telling me it's gonna go out for RFP. So if it's gonna go out for RFP, it's gotta be placed out there for bid to get people to bid on it. How are we gonna have people bid on it if you're only coming out with 2, you're only going by 2? You're trying to give us a choice to pick
So-
one of the 2 tonight.
So when I initially wanted to do the RFP, I was stopped because the majority of the commission said do an emergency.
But it's not, hasn't.
When was that? Because we never voted on
Yeah,
it.
so many-
It was supposed to be voted on, no, we voted to put it on the agenda. It was supposed to be last meeting that was canceled. We have never voted to let you go and do it as an emergency,
Yes, you did.
okay?
You did.
That's what happened.
So it's just-
And I'm not confused and I'm not lying like I'm always portrayed to be.
If it was such an
I know
emergency-
exactly what happens.
If it was such an emergency, we would have had a meeting last time when we canceled out, if it was that big of an emergency. Okay, he's known since what, April? He said since April, okay?
We've known
So
since
now-
2018.
But I'm talking about reference to
Well,
him. He's a
actually,
city
your
manager.
peer has been out since 2007.
Right, but who's the city manager today?
Hold on. This is, I'm not blaming on anybody else, it's just fact. A hurricane came through, we failed to fix those docks then, and they got progressively worse. All I'm trying to do is get it fixed so we get our economic engine going.
I understand that, but you've been here since April and you're aware of it. We have 2 sitting commissioners on this dais today that was very aware of it before we even became part of this commission. Okay, so if you want to go over there, there's 2 of them if you want to point the fingers at them. They're here. Okay, but you're the city manager at this moment. And you're not going to throw them under the bus. Okay, you're the city manager. Why hasn't
I'm
this
not
been
throwing
resolved?
anybody on the bus, but facts are facts. And I love the slip of tongue when you forget history.
What are you talking about?
So, are we gonna?
History. We're not here for history. We're here about the docks. I don't agree with it, but go ahead.
Did you have any question, Commissioner Bowden? Hearing no additional question, are you ready? I would entertain, I think we have we entertained the motion?
Yes, sir.
Who made the motion?
I did.
And you second
We
that,
need,
you-
we need to put a motion to let him do this as an emergency because
We
we
did-
have,
we-
no,
we
we
did
did
that.
not. We did not. It
We'll
was to
have our
put it
clerk
on
look
the
up the minutes on that
agenda.
at some point, but we've done that.
No, we haven't. We
Not with the night,
voted
it
to
was
put
like
it
the
on
last meeting
the
we had, we voted.
agenda. We voted to put it on the agenda. We didn't vote it on it.
Ms. Christina. Okay.
Okay, if,
Any more questions? for
no,
the
she's
council?
good.
Okay.
Tell her
I'm gonna hang
thank
up now, but thank you for all your time.
Y'all three voted on it.
Huh? We would.
They voted to put it on the
City attorney,
agenda. We
just
never
some
voted
clarification.
to
If
pass it or
happened,
not, because I
we're
want
able to
everybody to see
at least
who voted for the
officially vote on
emergency.
that?
Yes,
Okay.
you can vote on it.
We'll do it now. We'll do it now. I'll entertain a motion to authorize the city manager on the emergency agreement to get the dock work completed.
Mr. Mayor, you all have had a motion, and that's why this is before you, because 3 of you supported bringing it back as an emergency item, and that's why it's on the agenda as an emergency item. So I guess the clerk could find it, but you have already done that.
Yeah,
And so
we
now,
did.
pursuant to that motion that was made, that's why this resolution is here.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I
So,
agree.
so we put a motion to put it on the agenda.
Right.
Okay, so that was done. So based on that motion to put it on the agenda, he already solicited and got the person that he wants to hire to do the job.
The motion is this, that was the motion, to bring back a person on a company on an emergency basis to do it.
That was not the motion, ma'am. That was not the motion. Bring back the meeting and look at it for what we voted
Okay.
on.
Okay, I'm clear. We've,
Motion was made to add emergency basis process. The motion was made to approve adding emergency basis process to floating dock as a future agenda item.
As a future agenda item, you heard it.
right. And she-
Which
this
was
is-
last meeting
Right,
that
and
we
this is it
canceled.
now.
This is it.
It's
You
been
all
placed
know-
on there as a resolution to carry out the request, or at least putting it on there. You can turn this down, or you can vote for it.
Right.
Either way. But it's been added.
I have a question, Mayor Beth. You know what's so sad is we here discussing something that you're about to lose the whole marina. And it's not
You know what?
because
'Cause we
I didn't
should.
cut anyone off. Can I
We
please-
should, we should, because we've been
Can I
negligent.
please finish? I didn't cut no one off when they talked.
Respectfully.
At this time, are we ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Murphy,
Yes.
Commissioner Bowden,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
No.
Commissioner Perez,
No,
Mayor Barrett.
Yes, motion passed by a 3-2 majority. Resolution 23-35, City Attorney.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, setting the proposed millage rate for fiscal year 2023-2024 pursuant to Section 200.065 Florida statutes, together with the rollback rate, establishing the date, time, and place of public hearings to consider the proposed millage rate and the tentative budget for fiscal year 2023-2024, providing for directions to the city clerk, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, City Attorney. City Manager, could you give us a brief explanation?
Mayor, may I ask one question? I know the last meeting y'all said y'all were gonna have an evaluation at the next meeting.
Yes, sir.
So it's not there anymore?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay, I'm just saying.
That was supposed to be first. They moved up to the green first. I thought y'all moved it.
We're going over that tonight?
We took care of that resolution.
No, the 2020, there's an evaluation to the first.
Oh, no, we didn't move that up. It's on the way.
Okay.
We moved this item.
I wanna see this evaluation tonight.
want to see you evaluate it.
All right, Mayor, the city of Pahokee needs to adopt a resolution setting the time, date, and place for the public hearing to consider the proposed millage rate and budget for the fiscal year 23-24. And that rollback consideration is for the trim
12% increase.
is 6.5419. And the rollback rate, section 3, is 5.8307, computed utilizing the June 27, 2023 certificate of taxable value. Current year proposed millage rate is a percentage increase over rollback rate. The proposed millage rate is an increase of 12.12% over the rollback rate. Section 5, public hearing. The date, time, and place of the public hearing to consider the proposed millage rate and tentative budget are as follows. So first hearing, September 12, 2023, 6 p.m., Commission Chamber, City of Pahokee, 360 East Main Street, Pahokee, Florida. Second hearing, September 26, 6 p.m., Commission Chamber, 360 East Main Street. And the direction to the city clerk is directed to send the original certification of taxable value and a certified copy of this resolution to the Palm Beach County property appraiser and tax collector on or before July 28, 2023.
Thank the city manager. City Commission, having heard resolution 2023-35, properly read into the minutes by our city attorney, properly explained by our city manager. What is your pleasure?
My bad, I move to accept resolution 2023-35.
I second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Bolden and properly seconded by Vice Mayor Mervin for the adoption of resolution 2023-35. Call for questions.
Yeah, this resolution is to set the first and second hearings in a public
Yes.
for September 12 and September 26.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Any additional questions? Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Bolden?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin?
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Barrett?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Motion passed by unanimous vote. Next, we have Resolution 2023-38. City Attorney.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, authorizing a City of Pahokee facility event space rental application and rates for Marina and city facility rentals attached hereto as Exhibit A, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, City Attorney. City Manager, could you give us a brief explanation?
Yes, we're looking at increasing rental prices for the cafeteria, for Commissioners Park Concession Stand, Martin Luther King Park Concession Stand, Marina Park North End Pavilion, Marina Conference Room, 80 Roads Gym.
Commissioners, having heard the resolution properly read into the minutes by our city attorney, properly explained by our city manager, what is your pleasure?
I move to accept resolution 2023-38.
Is there a
I second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Bolden and properly seconded by Vice Mayor Mervin for the adoption of resolution 2023-38. Call for questions.
Yeah. So if we pass this, that means that these are the fees that we're gonna be charging for each space?
Yes.
So the cafeteria, if you're not selling tickets, is $3.50. And on top of that, $2.50 for deposit and $25 application fee, which is non-refundable. So it's $375 to rent it, and then plus $250 for deposit. So to rent the cafeteria, you gotta come up with $625. Then you get $250 back if you didn't break anything or you didn't mess anything up. Commissioners Park, $300 for residents, $350 for non-resident, $150 for deposit, and $25 not refundable.
For what?
Application fee. Then the Commissioners Park concession stand.
That's a provision. Most parks gonna charge for the large provision, but just going out to the park is no charge.
Oh, God, I'm about to say, I'm going there tonight.
Where's the concession stand?
Yeah.
It's right next to the restroom. The little got an overhead, and there's a kitchen like in there. So.
200 for that. MLK Park, $275.
Again, there should be that large provision out there.
But it ain't working, is
The provision?
nothing working out there, really.
Where we play the domino? That's $275 plus 25. That's $300. Everything should come with a bathroom.
Yes, it does.
MLK
It has two
Park, when you
two
rent it,
bathrooms.
you don't have access to bathrooms?
Yes, unless it's not working there, it's two, a male and a female restroom.
Yes, they are.
But they just started.
That was part of the $250,000 that they said that they had already done, the bathrooms.
They have put 50 cents in that park, Mr. Perez, you need to stop. That's another lie you told.
MLK concession stand, $150, so that's gonna be $175. Marina Park, North End Pavilion, $125. And $150 deposit.
To go down there where ain't no bathroom at too?
On the north end, the pavilion on the north end.
That's down there, where they done put a curb you can't even pull off the road, where it's not a bathroom.
Yeah.
Cause that bathroom hasn't worked since they built it. Is anybody familiar with that?
Mm-hmm.
Why are they charging all this money for places that don't have a bathroom? Then you got to park all the way to the end down there to walk back to a pavilion. When we went up on the lake, I don't know about the other people, I ain't never paid anything to go on that end of the lake. But now all of a sudden he here and it's a charge. I don't understand how we get to that point. For me to go and my family go up there and set one of them little pavilion, I got to pay $150.
Has there always been a charge
No.
for the Marina
No.
conference room?
No, no.
Mr. Lucas?
Since I've been here, there's been rates.
For the conference room in the Marina?
Yes.
So everybody that's used the Marina, you've collected, how much were you charging before?
I want to say like $250 on the conference room.
Any deposit? Any
Yes.
application fee? I know several people that have used that conference room. I'm gonna go by and ask for, the receipts where they paid to rent that space. The gymnasium is $700 if you're a resident, $800 if you're not, $250 for deposit, and $125 for the application fee, which is non-refundable. Security deposit, $250, no alcohol permitted. There will be an additional charge of $25 for each half hour beyond the first 4 hours. These amounts and times include any setup and cleanup time required for the event. So these fees are for 4 hours, and that includes whatever time you spend to set it up and whatever time you clean it up. Everything has to be done within those 4 hours that you're paying. Is that correct?
I think we might need to make an adjustment on that.
But is the gym ready to be used now? Cause the past 7 to 8 months, everybody went on the sun up there said, can they use the gym? Said, oh, it ain't ready. It's not ready. So I'm asking that question. I know some of y'all laughing about these
What needed to be ready? I mean, it's being used, so.
It was something wrong. Out of 2 or 3 people there, can we use the gym? No, it's not ready. Can we use this in place over here? No, it's not ready. It come from him. I done saw 3 or 4 people to use the gym, and he told them no, it wasn't ready. Get Mr. Williams in here, he'll tell you the same thing. So how are we gonna go to charging for the gym now and it's not ready?
Pre-event and post-event inspections will be scheduled by the event coordinator. All terms, conditions of the permit agreement apply. The event coordinator will schedule a time with the event holder to perform a pre-event inspection. No keys will be given to the event holder. The post-event will be performed on the morning following the event. You must make sure that all personal equipment and supplies are removed immediately after your event and that the facility and surrounding area is properly cleaned. If you have any questions regarding the rental of this facility, please call 924-2976, Monday through Friday, 9 to 7 p.m. So, now we know exactly. One of the questions is the cleanup, is the setup and the cleanup including in the 4 hours of the rental?
I believe it's the cleanup if it takes longer than the stated hours.
But the setup is not.
So if you rent it for 4 hours, you have to finish the party, like, actually, let's say that you get an hour to set up, so you got 3 hours left, and you have to stop. You're gonna have it 2 hours, maybe, probably gonna take the same length of time to clean it up. So an hour to set up, an hour to clean up, and 2 hours to have your event. Is that what we're looking at?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
The only part that I have a little concern is I think most places give you like an hour, even if your event started at 8, they'll give you an hour prior to set it up. I don't agree with charging $25 just to come in and set up. Normally, if your event started at 8, they normally give you that 7, like at least an hour to come in and set up, and then an hour after to clean up, because if your event is a 4 hour, you should have an hour on each end to help set up and clean up. That's the only concern that I have for it.
Ms. Peggy, what was the vision of the 4 hours? Was it less than 4 hours? That's why these rates kicked in? But if you had it for over 4 hours, these things wouldn't apply?
If you had it, I'm sorry, restate your question?
Was the intent that if someone rents the gym for less than 5 hours, these things apply versus if you had it the whole time. Was that what Greg had intended on it, since he's not here?
So from my understanding, after the 4 hours, whatever those rates are, they would kick in. So as Vice Mayor Mervin stated, there is a buffer before the event and after the event, like a window period that the renter has to clean up, break down, do those things. Now, if they go beyond that time frame that they're given, then those rates would kick in.
Are you aware?
So that's how I understood it.
Is it an hour though?
I believe
To
it's
get
an
at least an
hour.
hour?
I believe it is an hour.
Okay.
So at 7 o'clock, they can get the key and the event started, so the clock don't tick until 8 o'clock.
Yeah, so like if the event started at 7 and it ended at 11, right? So that would give you the 4 hours. Then they would have somewhere between maybe about 5 or 6 to come in, set up, do whatever they need to do, and then they would have that hour, 30-minute hour window period to break down and do whatever they need to do before fees and things like that would kick in. So that's how I understood it.
Well, the thing is that everything needs to be black and white, because, you know, people need to know that you have an hour to set up prior to and an hour to clean after the party. And your rental is for 4 hours.
From what I understand, I'm sorry to cut you off. Continue.
Okay.
My apologies.
It's
Continue.
okay, it's okay. Go ahead.
It's okay? Okay.
Yeah.
So from what I understand, there's also a breakdown of everything in the packet. So there is an application packet, and part of your application packet would have that information.
Yeah, it's in there. I see it. It's in there.
So it should be in your application packet.
Okay.
Yeah, it has 1 hour.
Yeah, it has like the buffer time that you have to break down, set up. It has information about the key holder, who would open up for you, close up for you, policies, procedures. It has all those things in the application. So those questions should be answered in that application packet.
Okay, because here it says there will be an additional charge of $25 for each half hour beyond the first 4 hours. So if you're renting it for 4 hours, it says here that it's gonna be $25 for each addition of a half hour that you go beyond those 4 hours. So there's no buffer there.
I believe that the buffer that they're talking about is that 30-minute window period is what's the word I'm looking for? The initial breakdown, the initial ending of your event, where you get that little time frame to kind of formally end your event. It's almost like sometimes we start the commission, we're supposed to start at 6, sometimes things happen and we start at 6:05 or 6:10 or something like that. You still have that buffer. So that's what I'm understanding that 30-minute window period is referring to.
So in passing
sense?
this, what we can do is recommend that they're given at least an hour before to set up and an hour after the cleanup before any additional charges is occurred.
Okay, another
That
question
language
is,
should be there, so that 30-minute.
But if it's not, we just
yes,
want to make
of
sure
course.
it's there.
Yes, sir.
In the hour, because what I'm hearing, it could be 30 minutes. We want to give them at least an hour for that.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
and then it says that only money orders will be accepted. Is there a reason for this?
Only morning orders?
Money orders.
Money orders?
But that's always been that way though.
Yeah, that's why we don't know how much money we made from rental. Money orders. We could take credit cards, we could take check, you could take all kinds of payments. We're a municipality. Why only money orders? Take 6 months to track a money order when you lose it.
If I'm not
And the
mistaken,
payments
even when I
lost.
rented, they require 2 money orders, one for the rental and one for your deposit. So when you come back, your deposit is already there and you require your deposit.
That's.
But it doesn't matter whether you
nowhere
can track whether money order,
Nowhere is that
whether.
done, especially in municipalities. You don't take a deposit and a money order and leave it there, and when they come back, give them back the money order. That's not how you do it. You take it in,
They're
and
not trying to
then
cash
you
their
write a
deposit.
check and you give it back, your deposit.
And just to provide some background, when folks come in to, when
It's
folks
been
come
a
in to rent the
for y'all.
facilities, they go through our finance department, and that person would process it. So there's always tracking. And then they get a receipt, and then the city also keeps the receipt. So you
It
know
ain't
who
new. It's
rented
been like that
what
forever.
and for what purpose. On the receipt, it also has a description of what it was rented for.
I understand all that. Receipts go on receipt books. Money orders are a piece of paper. They could be lost, they could be deposited, cashed by anybody, because I could sign somebody's name in the back and go cash it. The proper way to doing it, you take the payment, you put it in the bank, even the deposit, you put it in the bank. When the event is over, you do your walkthrough, whatever, you issue out a check and you reimburse the money. You bring it in, go through the channels, and then you take it out through the same channels.
From what I understand, the Parks and Recreations team wanted to keep the process the way it's been flowing. As I understand it, in terms of how they receive money and how that piece goes, they're comfortable with it. But if you want us to...
Do you make the payments to the recreation department, or do you make the payments at City Hall?
Everyone makes their payments at City Hall. There's a person that processes those payments through finance.
So how is the recreation department okay with it? They got nothing to do with receiving or returning money?
I can't speak to that. I don't know. I can't speak to that. All I know is that through the discussion, that's pretty much what the
They
consensus
cannot make up
was.
their own rules. It has to, there's rules to running a business or a municipality. Not what whoever's there at the time decides to do it.
So what she's really saying is, I know that we've done it a certain way for a long period of time. It's 2023, let's start kind of updating our ways of doing things. That's it.
Thank you.
So with my city manager's position through the mayor, if that's an adjustment you want us to make, I can talk to the Parks and Recreations team, and then I'll edit the document to add that piece in there, where it'll allow for multiple forms of payments.
Multiple forms of payment, yes.
So checks, and we also do credit cards, but it's through a credit card authorization form that they would have to fill out. So I could add that piece in there if that's what the team wants.
And then there's number 4, security is required for all events. And then it says, only city manager may waive fees.
It's at the discretion of the city manager. Most adjustments to applications and things that the city puts through, we normally just leave the discretion to the city manager and no one below that position.
What would be an instant that you waive the fees? Because if I had the power to waive the fees, I could charge the fee to whoever I want and whoever I don't want.
Well, I'm thinking it's through extenuating circumstances. Maybe some kind of tragedy takes place, maybe an act of God, like a storm, something of that nature. So that's what I'm thinking, but maybe Mr. Lucas can.
Is there any difference between someone who is going to make a profit and maybe like a nonprofit organization that wants to rent it out? Is there a difference in how we...
Everyone pretty much goes through the same process. I would imagine the only exception would be pricing, resident versus non-resident, nonprofit versus a for-profit business, something to that effect.
Well, what she's asking is, in the event that a fee is waived.
Okay.
What's an example of an event where a fee would be waived, or a situation where a fee would be waived?
So as I stated before, my thinking would be a catastrophic event, like an act of God, like a storm, a tragedy of some sort, maybe a death or something to that degree, where it would warrant some kind of compassion or exception.
Okay, I understand that. But you're not gonna be the one making that decision.
No, ma'am.
It's gonna be the
Yes,
sole
ma'am.
discretion of the city manager.
Yes, ma'am.
So
However, staff
if that's,
may be able.
if that's gonna be in there, then for circumstances such as, and not just leaving it open.
Okay. Vice Mayor, how are you, please? Thank you.
Or we can even, in the event that a fee is waived, we can even maybe leave a section there for a reason to be stated as to why, like a legitimate reason. It could have been the death of a family member of staff, of someone on staff. It could have been anything. Could we actually have a statement?
Yes.
Could be just one sentence.
Yes.
That'll suffice.
There could be kind of like our attestation page where they can check off what the extenuating circumstance, like that category, death, like.
We could add for extenuating circumstances.
Yes.
And leave it at that?
And then whatever the circumstance is, it needs to be filled in.
Okay.
Okay. Are we all set?
Yeah.
Yep.
Question?
Wait, Mayor.
What events warrant security? I know every event, you have to have security.
So, for example, I guess the best example would be an event that took place already, which would be the car and bike show. Something like that where we know.
Is it like for the cafeteria or?
Oh, well, if you're
the gym?
expecting a large crowd, parties, things with young children, teenagers, I don't think a funeral would be something, or repast would be something you would need security for, unless the family has a feud or something like that. But God bless you. You're welcome. But other than that, I would think something like that, maybe a little kid's Easter egg or Easter celebration, some kind of family-friendly event that may not warrant security, but something that may pose a potential, I wouldn't say a risk, because we wouldn't rent if it posed a risk to the public, but something that could potentially get out of hand if someone had a bad day, then we would require security.
But all these things need to be in black and white, like I say.
They should be.
It's in here
these
about the
packets.
security, that's why.
So so in your packet,
And
there
it
are
says
sections.
what events require security?
It gives you from what I remember reading, I believe it gives you a general scope of why security would be needed, and I think it even gives you a number, if I'm not mistaken, a ratio.
Yeah, people.
So like, for example, for every 100, you would need, 1 or 2 or something like that. I believe there's some language like that in there as well.
You don't have a preferred, security?
Come again, I'm sorry?
Preferred security. Do y'all prefer?
Oh, like a particular, we would, initially go with the sheriff's department, but if the organization wants to choose their own security company, I would imagine as long as the company has the proper credentials, they should be allowed an opportunity to provide businesses or services to the community. But we also let our sheriff's department know when there's an activity going on in the city that may warrant that type of protection for the community, just so they can kind of be in the area to provide some extra support. But yeah, we don't have a particular company that we have.
Okay, if, as chair, just to move this a little forward, we do have 9 resolutions. It's only the second one. So if we can just wrap it up, the questions, and we can move forward. Those suggestions that the commission have indicated, we would like to make sure they are injected into those policies and the rental agreements. So if you have one last question or two, please go ahead and take care of that so we can move forward if we could.
Just to clarify that the suggestions that we made are integrated into those agreements or those fees or whatever that paper is, the suggestions that we gave.
Through the city manager, through the mayor, is it okay to recap just to make sure we're all on the same page? Thank you. So I have, in the area where the city manager has the authority to waive fees, there's to add there's circumstances such as, and we would list the circumstances, and there's also another area to add a space for that person to be able to write in what those extenuating circumstances are. The security question was answered. Is there a change there, or are we okay with that?
The hour after, before and after.
Oh, and so to clarify, to give a full hour before and a full hour after the event.
And updating payment processing.
And I think, do we have to vote to remove the $25 extra? They have to, that's for the 30, as if they go over the hour before or the hour
Yeah.
after. Oh, okay.
And then the payment process to add more payment options, correct?
Yeah.
I think they finna probably wrap it up.
Pardon? No?
Yeah, I think they get
Can I ask some one question? I mean, why ask y'all one question? Could we get, like, for the repass, could we get a different price? You know, like.
See, that can be on the discretion of the city manager.
Could we get a different price than somebody have a party?
Okay.
I think that should be.
See, that could be
So,
discretion of the city
which-
manager. It could probably
I'm
even be,
not talking about the, you know, that northern price, even if we charge. I mean, I'm gonna choose charging a family. the
I
same
agree to
price
that.
For repass that we charge for somebody having a party.
So like she said, it could be, I'm sorry, excuse me, like the vice mayor said, the city manager could make that discretionary call where he would set that price.
I don't agree
Or
with
would
that.
you like to have one set, you want to have one set price?
Yes,
Okay.
I don't agree with that, because different people are gonna get different prices, and
Okay.
one finds out that you charge the other one less, there's gonna be problems.
Okay,
So,
all right, so
No
we would
special
add
treatment.
a repass section. Repass.
Are we gonna
section.
set that amount tonight while we at it?
yeah.
Okay,
we
so what
should.
would be a suggested amount for a resident versus a non-resident? So let's do non-resident. What would be a
We're
suggested?
talking about the cafeteria now, right, because of repass. What was the cost of the cafeteria?
So the cost of the,
$350.
$350.
for a
Okay.
resident, non-resident was
Okay.
400.
Okay.
100
$350.
less?
I said minimum of 100.
100 less?
Either 100
I think it should be more than that,
150
less than repass.
One out of two.
150
At
to charge
350?
150?
At 350,
It's 350 for
now.
a resident and 400
You
for
want
non.
half?
so 100.
Half for a repass? I mean, you're already going through the cost of You know what a funeral, what it costs.
So we talking 175 for resident, 200 for non-resident?
So that 350 would take you to about 175 for a resident, and then it would take you to 200 for a non-resident. Is that what we're looking at?
Well,
Is that fair?
non-resident,
What was it?
Oh, it's
we could do 300 for non-resident.
175 for a
That means that they
resident,
don't
and
live
then
in the city.
200 for a non-resident.
So I don't think anybody that,
That wouldn't even apply. though.
yeah,
Pardon?
The non-resident probably wouldn't even apply.
Right.
not for a repass, I wouldn't think.
I think if you give a request, like a time to get in, get out of there, just in case you've been there for that night, if they're gonna come in at 6 and set up, okay, you got a repass, run over at 2 or 3 o'clock, so you do about 5 o'clock, 5:30, 6 at the latest, you guys got to be out of there. Because it's rented out for another event, so you know, stuff in the daytime, that's why I said the price should be different, you still can rent it out at night.
Yeah, repass is not like 6 hours that we're doing, it's, 'cause
I'm from the Caribbean, so we all night.
yeah, we do too.
But, okay, so what's the suggested price? Are we at the 175 or we're lower?
You're talking about 150 plus the 25 application fee?
No, with the 25 application fee, it'll put you at 200. Because if you do half of the 350, that would take you to 175. So are you looking to go lower than that?
I suggest
I would
waive the
say
$25 application fee for a repass.
And leave it at 175 even? Or lower?
175 for a resident. Waive the application fee. That's only for the repass.
Is that the consensus?
That's just my
Mayor?
suggestion.
Yes?
If I may speak, there's an issue with us waiving the application fee. I think we were cited on an audit for waiving that. That's something
Okay, well,
we're
don't
not
waive it then.
allowed to waive.
So we'll be waiving the deposit?
So lower the 175 to 125, then you got the $25 application fee.
Okay. Good. Is everybody in agreement with that?
To 150?
Plus the application fee.
120.
175.
So 150 and then application fee take us to 175?
I'm okay with that.
No?
It's 150.
Yeah, that sounds.
125 and the application fee take us to 150. Okay. Are we okay with that? Yes? All right.
I'm okay with the 150 and the 25 for application. Now there's 250 deposit. Are we gonna do the 150 deposit or leave it at 250?
I don't have a problem with the 150, because they're getting it back anyway, but it's just
Right.
to make sure everything is
But they're
tidy
gonna
up.
have to, use it before they even rent it, so.
Right. Yeah, so we can reduce that to 150.
So the deposit would be 150?
Yeah.
Did we say anything for a non-resident? Did we come to a consensus? We're just gonna X non-resident out? Okay.
The repass, yeah.
All right.
Okay. All right, we can recap. We can move forward. Okay.
I'm okay.
Let's-
Do you
let's-
need a motion to new prices or no?
Yes, you would.
Yeah. So we need to make a motion that the cafeteria rental for repass would be, what was it, 150?
Plus a 25.
Plus the $25 application fee with the 250 deposit, and then we
No,
get the
150
Oh,
deposit.
150 deposit? And the 150 return once inspection.
And that's for repass.
That's repass.
Right, okay.
And the time, we're gonna leave it 4 hours with the hour prior and an hour post?
That's what I have. I have, add more payment options, 1 hour before, 1 hour after. I have repass 150 plus $25 application fee, $150 refundable deposit. I have circumstances such as for under the city manager's discretion area, and the extenuating circumstances would be listed, and an area for the person to write out what the circumstances are.
So now we're going to vote on the amendment, and then we'll move to the main motion.
Okay. I made the motion.
Okay, can we get a second?
To amend
To
all,
amend
everything
everything.
else,
Right.
everything that we said.
So we motioned that we are amending the rental application for one, the repass. It would be $150 for residents, with the $25 application fee, with the $100 of the hour before and the hour after, the cleanup and before setup, and also with the city manager discretion with the IE of the different guidelines of the city manager's discretion, and what else was there? And the payment options.
So the motion was by, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Murphy?
Yes.
Commissioner Bowden?
Yes.
35, 2023, 30. I want to up to
Are
5.
there a second?
Yeah, 38.
It has been moved by Vice Mayor Mervin and properly second by Commissioner Bowden. For
Yes.
Yes. Now we'll move to Resolution 2023-39, City Attorney.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, adopting a per diem travel expense policy pursuant to the U.S. General Services Administration GSA rates for transportation and meals for city officials and employees, providing for authorization and implementation, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. City Manager, could you give us a brief explanation?
Yes, sir. This is an amendment to our travel policy meal section regarding per diem costs since its adoption in 2013. At that time, costs for meals when traveling have increased significantly, and the results have been that elected officials and employees are paying increasing amounts out of pocket to pay for meal costs when traveling for city business. This will be an overall impact, but the total cost of the fiscal year 2023 is unknown at this time. There are limited amounts of travel remaining in the fiscal year, and it will be necessary to budget for an increase in this amount for future years. By utilizing the rate standardized by the U.S. General Services Administration, takes the guessing out of the equation and provides a standard annual review policy to adjust high or low as necessary as the economy makes those adjustments, similar to the annual IRS mileage reimbursement rates for travel using personal vehicles. Staff recommends amending the City of Pahokee travel policy section titled Meals to read, the city will reimburse employees for approved overnight travel up to the per diem rate set by the U.S. General Services Administration, GSA, and adjust annual for the current fiscal year for the state of Florida using the standard rate as applies to all locations without a specific rate. And it was cited in 5 different sections. Foregoing whereas clause are true and correct and are incorporated whereas by the reference. Section 2, approval and adoption of policy. The policy is substantially the form attached hereto as Exhibit A. Section 3, authorization and implementation. The city manager and/or designee are authorized to take any and all action necessary to implement the purpose of this resolution and the policy. Section 4, repeal of conflicting resolutions and policies. Any resolutions and policies or parts thereof in conflict wherewith are hereby repealed. Section 5, effective date. This resolution will become effective immediately upon its adoption.
Thank you, City Manager. City Commission, having heard our City Attorney properly read this resolution into the record, properly explained by City Manager, what is your pleasure? I need to slow down just a minute. Let me get a Did we get a motion on this? I don't believe we did. I'll entertain a motion for the adoption of this resolution.
Mayor, move that we will accept resolution number 2023-39.
It has been moved by Vice Mayor Mervin and properly seconded by Commissioner Bolden for the adoption of resolution 2023-39. Call for questions.
I have a question here on page 6311 policy. It says, accepted from this policy are expenses deemed necessary by the police chief for undercover police work. The city manager may make reasonable exceptions to this policy when it is deemed in the city's best interest to do so. Do we ever have undercover work done by the sheriff department that we had to pay extra?
Undercover work?
Yeah. Accepted from this policy are expenses deemed necessary by the police chief for undercover police work.
I'm not familiar. We're talking about something else. What context are you referring to?
This is the city of Pahokee travel, transportation, and meal policy. I think it's totally out of context, but I don't know. It says, it is the policy of the city of Pahokee to pay for all reasonable and necessary expenses associated with travel, transportation, and meals resulting from an employee's elected officials or other city manager, authorized persons' attendance at any meeting, seminar, conference, or convention which has been properly approved as having a demonstrated public purpose, benefit to the city, or in the course of official city business. Then it says, accepted from this policy are expenses deemed necessary by the police chief for undercover police work. The city manager may make reasonable exceptions to this policy when it is deemed in the city's best interest to do so.
Yeah, so what you're reading there, it appears that the language in that, talking about a city police chief that may have been taken from somewhere else and added in there, because as the sheriff's office, if someone's doing undercover work out here anyways, that's not something that the city obviously doesn't know about. Unless the sheriff's office comes in on the back end and sends the city a bill for it, I'm not aware of anything like that. So, you understand what I mean? I'm not aware that the sheriff's office has ever done that. But now that you speak my interest, I'll certainly look into it on the back end, but I will have to get back to you on that. That's not something that.
Where did this come from, Mr. Lucas?
Could be old language. It's obvious we missed it.
Right, but it doesn't really matter because it says exempted from the policy, so it's irrelevant. It doesn't really matter. So it can certainly be taken out if that's not what the manager's recommending, but it doesn't matter because you wouldn't be paying for it anyway. It says exempted from the policy, meaning excluded from the policy. Like you would never pay for that anyway.
Yeah, I'd rather have it excluded.
That's concurrent with the city commission as a whole? So it'd be just blended in there.
You want it taken out completely?
That part, yeah, it has nothing to do with it. So it won't be taken to confusion, because if it's on here and it says, oh, we could do this because it's accepted, it's accepted from the policy, so that's saying it wasn't in the policy, so, I could do it.
Not accepted, it says exempted from.
Accepted.
Not accepted.
Accepted. That means it's not part of it, except for that. And then on travel authorization, D, it says authorized for locations less than 60, and then it's got 80 in parentheses miles. Is it 60 or is it 80 miles? Number 2, travel authorization, letter D, Class A and Class B travel overnight within the state of Florida will not be normally, and you got 2 negative, will not be normally be authorized for locations less than 60, and 60 is spelled out, and then 80 is in parentheses, miles. Is it 60 or is it 80?
All right, so Class A is on page 63.
64 she's reading.
I know, but to define our Class A and the Class B traveler, I had to go back to page 63.
It's 60, 80 miles.
So when we travel, are we doing calendar versus 24 hours? There's the difference.
The hours don't got nothing to do with the miles.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
As a suggestion, you all may want to make it 80, just because, you know, you're far west in Palm Beach County, and so if you get into areas like Fort Lauderdale or into certain places in the nearby surrounding, you know, Tri-County area, you want to have some flexibility so you're not meeting that mark as easily. So just a suggestion. You may want to make it 80, but that's up to y'all. I'm just trying to speed up the conversation.
Right.
80 would be beyond West Palm.
But she said Fort Lauderdale.
And I think beyond Fort Lauderdale, I don't think Fort Lauderdale is 80 miles from here. So you're talking about further than Fort Lauderdale, further than West Palm Beach.
Is that say,
Anyway, it says if unless you go over 80 miles, it will not normally be authorized. It's overnight travel.
right?
So for you to stay overnight, you have to go 80 miles or beyond. That's what it's saying. My only question was that it says 60 in written and 80, so it's gotta be one of the two. That's my only question.
It need to be less than, because we have travelers, say like Fort Lauderdale, if we go into a conference overnight, I mean, we're not expected to leave Fort Lauderdale 8, 9 o'clock at night and go home and then come back. So maybe we have to have a little less than 80 miles, so at least we'll cover the Fort Lauderdale range or whatever as a minimum.
What that says.
80 or overnight.
Yeah.
We can do that. 80 or overnight. If it's overnight stayed in, we'll be able to.
Class A and B travel overnight within the state of Florida will not normally be authorized for locations less than 80 miles. So that means if you travel overnight within the state of Florida, it will not be authorized for locations less than 80 miles. That's what it reads. That's like,
Yes.
If you're traveling overnight, you're gonna have to stay somewhere because you're traveling overnight. That's what I don't understand it.
You want to interject that again, and that's gonna cover
Well,
what
you make the point that if you're in Fort Lauderdale, I was thinking about more so if staff was going somewhere, but you don't want that trigger all the time. But I understand your point. If you're going to a conference and you were less than 80 miles, then you don't want to be responsible for it if you're going to the League of Cities in Hollywood, for instance.
Right.
So that's a good point.
Class A travel, continuous travel of 24 hours or more away from City Hall. That's Class A. Continuous travel of 24 hours or more away from City Hall. The travel day for Class A travel shall be a calendar day, midnight to midnight. Class A travel shall include any assignments of official business outside of the routine regular office hour of the employee or official and away from the regular place of employment when it is considered reasonable and necessary to stay overnight and for which travel expenses are approved as provided within this policy. So that says overnight.
Can I?
So,
Reasonable and necessary to stay overnight.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Okay, per Florida statute, Class A travel, continuous travel 24 hours or more away from official headquarters. Class B travel, continual travel less than 24 hours away, but requires overnight stay from official headquarters. So the mileage is not in there. I don't know if it's cited from somewhere else, but there's no specific mileage. So if we want to remove the mileage and go with the Class A and Class B travel, then we can do that.
Yeah, because one is it's just saying, read it again.
Okay, Class A travel, continuous travel of 24 hours or more away from official headquarters. Class B travel is continuous travel of less than 24 hours, which involves overnight absence from official headquarters. Class C travel is travel for a short or day trip, which the traveler is not away from his or her official headquarters overnight.
So I think the only one it'll be C that doesn't
You take it
require any overnight.
No,
Right,
take the mileage
so-
out.
C is the only one that doesn't.
And that's what you have here. You have here at the top of page, through the mayor, page 5, it talks about sea travel. And this is, what you're doing here is this is not relating to the statute. The statute alows you to adopt other policies as long as it's a written policy. So what the clerk read is fine, but you're saying, no, we don't want to do that. We're doing GSA standards. And we're doing GSA standards because they're set, they change, it allows you more flexibility, it allows you to have something that's more than what what the statute offers, because everything's gone up, inflation, and so this GSA standards, gives you more flexibility and doesn't, so the manager's basically saying he's budgeted for, I guess, for this additional, he's not sure of what the exact cost would be, but he's budgeted for something more than what you're doing right now. And I guess the only issue is just resolving your point of whether you're going to go with 60 or 80 miles for this A and B travel, because this is allowed, this will be allowable if you decide to do that. The other thing you could do is you could have the manager take this back. You could decide to table it, take it back. They study it. Somebody comes back, presents it to you all based on the recommendation. If it's, if the manager's not ready tonight to talk about it, so that might be another option. You're not forced to vote on this tonight. You can bring it back to the next meeting after he processes it more.
I think the way it reads is it's kind of confusing. I don't see why we cannot use what the state says without all that adding to it.
Yeah, because this is you're opting out of the state. You're saying we're using our own standards and we're using GSA. So
What did she just read? What did you just read, Ms.
but
Warner?
the state allows you, the whole point in this whole policy is the state allows you to opt out of using the state statute. It allows you to use GSA standards as long as you have a policy in place that you all put, and that's what this is putting a different policy in place.
What did she just read?
So she read from the state statute, but I'm trying to tell you that the state statute allows you to opt out of it. So what I'm suggesting, just because of the late hour and you have so many things and you have so many questions, allow your manager to come back with you with a report of something he understands.
I don't understand about
and bring it back
opt-out
at the
and
next
all.
meeting. Miss, please don't do it, please. Please don't.
Don't do what?
I'm saying, let them bring it back. It gotta be the best thing to do.
But listen, the only thing we're really wanting is the per diem rate to change. We can remove the policy and vote on using the GSA standards for per diem. Everything else, we can keep the same as the policy we have existing for travel.
I don't understand. You read the state. I don't know what opting out of the state when we're saying that it's okay to use
she
the
read the
state.
state, but what I'm telling you is you can opt out. That's what the statute allows you to do. That allows you to opt out. But it's very opt out of what is set. I think the state standard is like $6 and $12, and it's very low. So
Not
that's
the
why
rates. I'm just doing what the Class A, the Class B, and the Class C.
Right, and so what the clerk is saying is she's saying something, and the manager needs to say this, but the clerk is basically saying what we're asking for is for you to ignore the policy and then just accept something that would allow for GSA standards, which you can do that too. But the manager I think, because it doesn't sound like we're prepared to talk about it tonight, so maybe you come back at the next meeting, Mr. Lucas, and you present whatever it is that you're going to present to your commission to use, whether it's using the policy, GSA standards, going back to the state statute, whatever it is. But clearly, we're not ready to do it tonight. So I'm just suggesting you all, maybe we can just move forward because we're not ready, or the manager's not ready.
I didn't draft this.
I didn't. This is not my. So I'm saying we.
So let's table that motion.
Just come back.
Because all I thought we were doing was coming to replace this policy with the GSA policy so we get more money per diem. This is old. We don't even need to read and go through this because we want to remove it.
Yeah.
So what? We're removing this?
Yes.
To accept GSA, but I don't see the GSA in here, so.
It does say that in the resolution. It's in the resolution.
We'll table and come back.
Yeah.
Mayor, may we?
Yeah. As a simpler amendment to this, to eliminate this policy and initiate the
GSA.
right policy, we couldn't just quickly do an amendment to that?
You could do that to this guard. This deals with other issues that are ancillary to a policy. It's just more comprehensive. It's something that I guess it deals with transportation, meals. The GSA just really deals with the travel, but you can.
Let's just go ahead and just vote this one down, and then at our next commission meeting, have the new policy that would include.
Could you table it? Because I think you have a rule about voting it down.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Do we have a motion to table this resolution?
I motion that we would table this resolution.
Okay. It has been moved by the Vice Mayor and second by Commissioner Gonzalez to table Resolution 2023-39. Call for question. Hearing none. Are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Mervin?
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Bolden?
Yes.
Commissioner Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Bab?
Yes. Next, we have Resolution, just say Resolution 40, Okay, yeah, it is, Resolution 40. Normally have 23-40, but
Resolution 40, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, approving change order number 23 to the contract with Russo Site Development, Inc. pertaining to a time extension for the Barfield Highway reconstruction project as set forth in Exhibit A, providing for an effective date.
thank you, City Attorney. City Manager, give us a brief explanation of this resolution.
Yes, this change order is for time extension for Rosso Site Development Contract Agreement with the City of Pahokee. This is a reasonable time that would be extending at 234 days to align with the revised construction schedule and to avoid expiration of the agreement prior to the project's completion.
Thank you, City Commission. Having heard Resolution 40 properly read into the minutes by City Attorney, properly explained by City Manager, what is your pleasure?
All right, I move to accept Resolution 2023-40.
A second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Bolden and properly seconded by Vice Mayor Mervin for the adoption of Resolution 2023-40. Call for questions.
Yeah, I have a question. Okay, so this supplemental agreement number 3, change order 23. Okay, as far as I understand, supplemental agreement is the agreement for time extension. What's the change order 23? Does that mean that for this extra time, we're gonna have to pay Russell more money because, Lord and behold, they gotta work 200 and some hours extra?
At this time,
How
this
many
isn't
days?
asking for any additional, it's just.
Oh,
for-
no, I know it was not asking for money, but I'm asking, what does it mean?
It means that their contract
his
will be
contract.
expiring and we just need to extend it.
Is that gonna entail more money?
Yeah, if I may, no, it's not entailing more money. It's being extended for 234 days to align with the revised construction schedule. And I think you all may have already approved that, but this is for an additional 234 days. So this is just to make sure that everything lines up, and so that's what the change order is for. It's required by the FDOT folks, and you have to have all of your contracts lined up, and it's just a very simple amendment for your contract.
Is this 234 days still the completion day of 2024, July 2024?
Well, it says on here, June, on page
Or June
71.
2024?
Yeah, June
Yes.
30th of 2024.
So why, we already voted on this, why are we doing it again?
Well, it's not so much that you voted on this particular thing, the 234 days, is, I think you voted on other things associated with it, and this is to extend it for the days, but everything else has been changed, it's been already approved by FDOT, and this is just to line everything up. So it's very simple.
Okay, so my question is gonna be, it's gonna extend the contract to 134 days. Are they gonna come back with a change in work orders because we extended the contract, therefore we gotta extend the money? That is my question. Are we gonna have to pay them for these 234 additional days that they were given to complete the work?
Well, there probably is another change order coming.
But I don't think it's about this issue.
It ain't.
This is already in line with the funding that has been.
Ma'am,
And it's a reimbursement.
I know what I'm asking. I know what I'm asking. I know that we're voting here on the 234 days. I'm asking a question for the future. What does this mean? We're giving 234 more days. Supposedly, okay, because the city of Pahokee has experienced delay in construction activities due to unforeseen road conditions, okay? water and sewer drainage, weather, and exploratory work since the onset of the project. What about all that time that nothing was done on that road because they were working in Fort Myers for the hurricane?
Yeah, but that's not what this is about.
No, it's not what it's about. It is what it's
Yeah,
about.
through the mayor, there's no way, just like Mr. Lucas said, for the city to know whether there will be additional change orders. But the city is working with FDOT. They're trying to move this work along. Things can come up. It could potentially, I guess. But at this point, FDOT has approved this 234 days, and it aligns with everything else that you've already voted on.
Ms.
So
Weeks,
all of the other stuff in the past, it doesn't,
Ms.
it
Weeks,
doesn't
with
matter
all
at this
due
point.
respect, I think the job of the attorney is for legal advice, and I'm not asking for legal advice. So I would appreciate if I could get the answer from the city manager and not from the city attorney, because this has nothing to do with legal. So I would appreciate that.
Well, it's a contract. and
It
so
doesn't matter.
From that standpoint, it does.
The
but
contract, I didn't ask you for
Miss-
your legal
Mr.
opinion.
Mr. Lucas, can you help?
And what are you whispering to Mr. Lucas?
I'm asking if he can please help you understand it.
I don't need help understanding. I know exactly what I'm talking about. Exactly what I'm talking about. That road out there was on standby for the longest. Then they come in here and said, oh, we need to pay them because of all these times that they were available, but they couldn't do it because we needed to change the drawing or for seeing this or for the weather. What weather? What weather? Rain, everybody gets rain. Those are things that are nature related. Don't get 234 days. Now, they did it another year. So we're gonna have to pay these people another year to play around the road. Because that's what they're doing. But, okay, you guys wanna keep voting on it, keep voting on it. Keep voting on it. Keep doing amendments and changing work orders, and let Tallahassee keep approving it.
Right. We're gonna move. In additional questions? Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Bowden?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Murray?
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
No.
Commissioner Perez?
Nope.
Mayor Bab?
Yes. Motion passed 3-2, majority. Now we move to Resolution 2023-41.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, authorizing the city manager to execute a grant agreement between a qualified applicant and the City of Pahokee for the ARPA not-for-profit subrecipient grant program, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, City Attorney. City Manager, could you give us a brief explanation of Resolution 2023-41?
Yes, sir. This is for the minor home repair. Well, hold on, 40.
No, 41.
Which one we're doing?
It's a not-for-profit.
41, okay, it's tucked in. Sorry about that. All right, so this one is for the not-for-profit for training program. Hold on a second, how many pages are stacked? All right, so the City of Pahokee has instituted a ARPA not-for-profit subrecipient grant program. This is for $15,155, which is the training program, the third one down on page 85. The city has developed the ARPA not-for-profit recipient grant program to provide training programs to support small businesses, open, provided workforce training, job creation, support sustainability, protect local jobs, support community recovery, increase the resiliency of local business in our community. Through the program, the city will provide eligible businesses with a grant up to $15,155 to address the aforementioned needs. Priority will be given to businesses that have not received any government relief, support funding. This includes, but is not limited to, the Paycheck Protection Plan, SBA COVID, EIDL program, and Palm Beach County Restart Business Grant Program. In combined efforts to spend city's allocated funds, responsibilities, city elected officials establish an advisory committee. Well, we already know all that. So staff recommends that we approve on page 90, the Bowden Community Impact Company located at 239 Begonia Drive that will be doing outreach for sewing and success, mentoring and tutoring in the amount of $10,000.
Mayor, quickly, given that Bowden Community Impact is run by my mom, I'm going to remove myself until you guys are done.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're going to take each of these individually, or you just going to do them combined? How?
Well, this one is the
There's only
not-for-profit, and then
Okay.
the next one will be minor home repair, the next one will be,
Wait, who's
Small
soaring to
business.
success mentoring and tutoring?
that's a local, hey, Peggy,
Also, these two pages go together?
Yeah. It was just a long spreadsheet, I guess the way they printed it, it came out like that. So Bowden Community Impact Program under the ARPA program is Soaring to Success Mentoring and Tutoring. So that's the program that was created through their organization, and it's a 501c3 nonprofit organization.
So what this is saying that, is it 15,000 or is it
So we awarded
10,000?
So it's up to the 15,000, but we awarded 10,000.
Okay, so it says funds requested. You got 6,000 and 6,000. So is a bottom line the total?
Yes, the bottom line is the total. So 60,000 was the funds requested, 10,000 was the funds approved, and that last line are just the totals.
So why if this request is 6, you approved 10?
Because we only had $15,000 for that portion of the program, and we wanted to give an opportunity to another nonprofit organization that might have qualified.
That doesn't make sense. You're giving, they requested 6.
It's 60,000.
It's 60.
That they requested. The request is 60,000, not 6,000.
Oh, 60,000. Oh. Okay, and that's for tutoring services
Tutoring and mentoring services.
to anybody that,
To underprivileged, you want to speak?
No, I want to know if she wanted me to answer the question.
no ma'am, because I don't know anything about it. I just want to know what, what the money is for, what.
So basically, during COVID-19.
So you have 15,000 for
That category. So nonprofits.
For how many?
It depends on how many we had in that category that we could have funded. So let's say there were 3 that applied and qualified. We could have funded, through our discretion, 5,000 for each. But so far, Mrs. Bolden is the only one that qualifies in that category at the moment.
So there's gonna be 5,000 left for
If
any
there-
other nonprofit that?
Yes, if there's another nonprofit that can meet those criteria.
Okay. It
We
was.
wanted to give room for at least another nonprofit to be able to get some
That's
funding.
okay, I didn't understand, I wanted
No worries.
clarification, that's all.
And just to kind of provide a little bit more clarification, so with COVID-19, we know that there was a lot of regression with the students in school, and so this program helps to address those needs as well as crime prevention. Because you know, when youth are not in school, they're not doing something constructive, it's easy for them to get sidetracked and fall into that, for lack of a better word. So that's pretty much what the program would do. And Mrs. Bolden came by just in case you wanted to hear some of the good things that her organization is doing.
Yeah, I like to hear, because I ain't know about it, so.
I have a question about the grant. I'm saying, what did you advertise this that you had a grant?
Oh, we advertised this grant for quite some time. We also, we reopened it for about 30 additional days, and it was advertised on the city's website. It was advertised on the city's Facebook page. It was advertised during commission meetings. It was advertised at events. It was advertised throughout the community. We gave out flyers. It was advertised. But, you know, if anything changes, we'll continue the advertising.
Okay.
Thank you. I just want to share with this commission, first of all, most of the members on the commission has participated and supported the work we've done in this community. We have several programs, but most of you all know me and know that I have worked for Palm Beach County School District for over 40 years. And teaching is what I do, what I think I'm pretty good at, and what I love. So I retired a few years ago and wanted to continue the work. And this is not about Bolden community impact. This is about the work. And I would like for this commission and my community to support us. We've gotten grants from several organizations around the nation, even Obama Foundation. But as you all know, in the grant world, you have to spend those dollars by a certain time. So we're asking this commission to support the work. We did ask for $60,000, but that was to do a full year program with both components, the tutoring and the mentoring. So we are awarded the $10,000. We will be able to do the mentoring, and we will continue to seek opportunities to receive more grants. I really would like to share with you all some of the other work that we're doing, but I would like to do that in a more prepared setting. Like I said, Commissioner Gonzalez have been to some of our functions and supported us. Mayor Babb, even when we did Paint with Dad, he was one of our readers, and Commissioner Gonzalez supported that. We do have a male mentoring group, and we're very proud of that work. We are contracted through Children's Services Council, and we're going into our 3rd year with that. So we're here for the community, and this really is about the work. Are there any questions?
I didn't know any, none of that, so that's why, it's good that you stood up, but I didn't even know that you had a nonprofit.
Yes.
So,
as a matter of fact, we just made our 5th year, and we are going to do something to celebrate that, to highlight the work that we've done in the community. When I first started this, I was kind of quiet because my mom taught us that you don't do things for recognition. But if you don't put it out there, you're not gonna get the support.
Yeah.
So my mindset had to change a bit about, how we approach that. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Commissioners having had resolution 2023-41 read into the minutes by our city attorney, properly explained by our city manager. What is your pleasure?
Mayor Barris, I'd like to put a motion to accept resolution 2341, to approve it.
A second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Gonzalez and properly seconded by Commissioner Perez for the adoption of resolution 2023-41. Call for question. Hearing none. Are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Perez?
Yes.
Commissioner, Vice Mayor Murphy?
Yes.
Mayor Bab?
Yes. Motion passed by unanimous vote. Could someone, okay. Now we would entertain resolution 2023-42, City Attorney.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, authorizing the city manager to execute grant agreements between qualified applicants and the City of Pahokee for the city's minor home repair program, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, City Attorney. City Manager, could you give us a brief explanation of this resolution?
Yes, this is the ARPA Minor Home Repair Program. It's right, grants benefiting residents in need of assistance in order to complete approved home repairs for owner-occupied single-family homes within the city. Out of the portion of this, we have allocated $342,500, or up to $5,000 per qualifying household. This is the, it says first batch, but I know this is like the fourth batch. The city is seeking approval.
Home repair is the third.
It's the fourth,
For home repair?
yes. So we are seeking to award 7 qualifying residents for the approved minor home repair in their residence. See Exhibit A, which is, you see page 96. And you'll see those 7 applicants. Charlie Bruce, Sharon Flowers, Louise Garcia, Gloria Jackson, Lucille Williams, Ida Jackson, and Jacqueline Bell. So the impact upon the budget will be $35,000, requesting approval of the 7 qualified residents. Staff recommends approval of resolution 2023-42.
Thank you, City Manager. City Commission, having had resolution 2023-42, properly read into the minutes by our City Attorney, properly explained by our City Manager. What is your pleasure?
Mayor Bab, I move to adopt resolution 2023-42.
It has been moved by Commissioner Perez and properly seconded by Commissioner Gonzalez for the adoption of resolution 2023-42. Call for questions. Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor, you don't mind if you repeat who was first, who was second?
Perez, motion, Gonzalez, second.
Thank you, sir.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Perez?
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Bowman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Murphy?
Yes.
Mayor Bab?
Yes. Thank you, City Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Motion passed by unanimous vote. Next, we are entertaining resolution 2023-44, City Attorney.
I think it's 43, Mr.
43,
Mayor.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes,
A resolution
43.
of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, authorizing the city manager to execute grant agreements between qualified applicants and the City of Pahokee for the city's Small Business Development Program, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, City Attorney. City Manager, could you give us a brief explanation?
Yes, this is our first application for the ARPA Small Business Development Program. The intent of the program is to provide and encourage rehabilitation and the preservation of local small businesses by offering financial assistance support of the facade rehabilitation and improvements along with supporting challenges faced with financial assistance for administrative costs to small businesses in the city of Pahokee. This program allocation is $200,000 up to $5,000 per qualifying business owner. In this award, you'll see on the spreadsheet that it will be
Says 4.
Approve 4 small businesses for a total of $17,288.99. And those 4 are Pahokee O's Shaved Ice in the amount of $2,825.99. M&L Properties in the amount of $5,000. Bright Ideas for $5,000, and Rose Little Learners in the amount of $4,463, totaling $17,288.89. Staff recommends approval of Resolution 2023-43.
Thank you, City Manager. City Commission, having had Resolution 2023-43, properly read into the minutes by City Attorney, properly explained by City Manager. What is your pleasure?
I move to accept Resolution 2023-43.
Second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Bolden and properly seconded by Commissioner Perez for the adoption of Resolution 2023-43. Call for questions. Hearing none, are you ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Bolden?
Yes.
Commissioner Perez?
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Murphy?
Yes.
Mayor Bab?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Motion passed by unanimous vote.
Mayor, I have a question. Are we gonna extend this? Cause we allowed, we had $200,000 and we only allocated 17. We have $182,000. And I know some of the business did not clearly comprehend the language and how it could, could be used. Because the language said facade. And, obviously it could be used for other things. So a lot of people, I know several of the businesses uptown didn't understand it. They were reluctant to apply because they're leasing, they don't own the building, to do things to the building that did not belong to them.
Yeah, I would certainly agree with extending
Yeah,
it
I agree to
to
that.
educate and get the word out and put an extension on it. So that's,
And two, a lot of the
So I'm
people,
telling them to come see you so you could
a
explain.
lot of people, they didn't know what home base or commercial, it was a lot of
Yeah,
little
that was
confusing in there.
too.
Right.
So I would definitely agree to that. We can extend that to
Yeah.
some of the businesses.
and maybe we can simplify the language a little so it can be a little clearer, and they can always fill out an application if they qualify.
What I tend to do is I invite the applicants in and I sit with them and I go through the application. Another option would be to hold a miniature workshop sometimes when grants are put out there, there are workshops that you hold 30 minutes, an hour, and you invite folks that are interested in
Businesses owner.
participating. You just explain everything to them.
Can we take, maybe this will help, maybe take more of an outreach approach? Can we go to them?
Yes, I have done that as well, and it is very effective. So some of the businesses that Commissioner Perez mentioned, I've had conversations with them. It's just a matter of them, I guess, us coordinating to be able to get your applications completed. But yes, we will try that. We'll do some door knocking, we'll do some more outreach, and we'll do some different forms of advertisement. So that way we can get more of the word out and dispel some of the misunderstandings.
So you could have a mobile, you could have a home, or you could have a space business, and it all, they all qualify.
Yes, and so.
If you have if you meet the
And
criteria.
then find what equipment they need.
And I found that even a couple businesses just didn't flip the page over, and they didn't see the rest of the breakdown of the categories. So, like I said, we would just have a more hands-on approach with educating our business owners.
Well, I tell you, I read it, and I called you for clarification because.
Yes. So, we'll definitely do that, and we'll take a more boots on the ground outreach approach and get more businesses educated and help them through that
So
process.
do we have to put a motion to extend it and?
I just need to know what
another
time
date or
frame
what?
we're looking at. Are we doing another 30 days, 60 days, 90 days? What
At
what
least
time
at
frame?
least
But just
30.
keep doing it until we meet.
Until the money runs out?
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor? Mr. Mayor?
Well, with ARPA, I mean, they have rules of engagement,
Yeah, I think we
so,
need to put a time limit to it.
so we,
gotta put a time.
we gotta get through all the ones and then re-look at all that hasn't been spent. I don't have any issues with continuing the program.
I mean, it's been allocated for this, this criteria or like we did all the others, we extended some of the other because, to give more people time to apply because, they did have questions. Some of them, I went to them and I said, hey, do you know about it? Yeah, I got it, but I don't know, I don't understand it. So, they asked questions and I reached out to Ms. Boulay and, so.
So are we thinking of a 30-day, 60-day?
I think could we do a 90-day, and whatever is not used, if all of it is not used, we need to redirect the funds after 90 days.
Okay.
Well, I don't know what y'all think about that, but
Yeah, I don't have a
we got
problem
some
with
places where we can definitely put it if it's
I
not
don't
used.
have a problem with that either. If you,
Yeah.
if you
90
use
days
up the
is
money,
right
if you
at
use
the
up the money, the money's used. If after 90 days, no, you don't use the money, then whatever's left.
Allocate it somewhere else.
Mayor, may I just bring back our expenditures of ARPA so we can see our balances of where we at on everything? And then determine the reallocation of whatever you want to move forward with.
After the extension,
Well,
you allocated 200 for this. You have 182 left. What we want to do is extend it to give more businesses chance to apply because we got 182. That's been allocated to this. So that's what we're talking about.
We have others too that didn't get utilized enough, so we can't just bring it back to give you your totals, and we know that you're good at math and that we have that balance, but can we get a check on all other spending?
Yes, it's
Well, I'm sure that you're only doing it up to the amount of money that you allocated for it. Each program. Now, if you're saying that all the other programs are completed and you wanna see if there's any money left so you could redirect somewhere else, that's fine, but I don't think it
Let's
has
extend
nothing to
this.
do
This need
with
to be
this,
extended.
with this
This
one.
need to be extended.
Okay. Let me do a combination. You'll be able to do that.
This
But
need to be extended.
this was one of
90
the,
days, at least.
one of the main items
businesses
to
will understand
assist
this.
small businesses, so we want to make sure we get enough time and make
Because
sure
I
we
know
do a
there's
good
some people
job.
that try to fill it out, and they didn't really, they was told one thing that at first it was for something else.
Yes.
So they stopped filling it out.
Yes.
So, to be fair, let the other bit, let them apply, at least like I said, was it 90 days?
Extended 90.
Because you got 180,000 left?
182, 711.
So in between that time, we'll continue on a rotation advertising it and
Going
just
out.
trying to.
And
get the-
receiving applicants.
So they need to vote on it,
till you
Bernadette?
get to the.
No, I think it can just be direction to you.
Okay,
Okay.
so all of them are nodding yes, so 5 of them consensus to extend 90 days.
90 days, okay.
So that's from
today is
today, right?
July 25th, August, September, October 25th.
Okay, so I'll create a flyer and we'll go ahead and have that posted on the city site.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
9:30.
Now we'll move, I think we done voted on it.
44.
Not yet. Okay.
Did we
got
vote?
this motion in a second, right?
You voted on 43.
Yeah, so we're voting on,
Yeah.
we voted on 43?
You're on
So now
44
we're
now.
moving to resolution 2023-44.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, authorizing the city manager to execute grant agreements between qualified applicants and the City of Pahokee for the COVID-19 residential utilities and rental assistance program, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, City Attorney. City Manager, brief explanation.
This is the City of Pahokee's ARPA program for residential utilities and rental assistance program. This is a grant benefiting residents in need of rental and/or water assistance within the city. The allocation for this program is $225,000, covering up to $1,500 per qualifying household renter. This is the first batch. The city is seeking approval to award 12 qualifying residents for approval of the rental assistance. In a combined effort to spend the city's allocation funds responsibly, the city don't need to say all that. Impact is $225,000, and the total is $11,573.18. Staff is recommending approval of Resolution 2023-44, and you see the breakdown of those on page 107 for the 12.
Is this rent and utility combined?
It's rent and
Or
water.
how do we know which one's for rent and which one's for utility?
If it's over $1,000, we'll bring in utilities. If it's over $1,000, it's rent and utilities.
If someone was trying to move in somewhere and they need first and deposit and first month, can they apply it? Would that be rental assistance?
It would be under the relocation part of the rental assistance. However, the caveat to that, or the extension to that was for the parkability. So that was the only group that would be able to do the relocation piece of it. If we're amending it to allow that, then That would be
That
an
should
option.
not have been just for the Barker building. It should
Recall-
have been for anybody that.
Commissioner, remember, we allocated out of the 225,000, 25,000 was earmarked for the Parker building. So really your number is 200,000 less this 11,573 and 18 cents.
Okay, if you have,
And the problem we had experienced with the Parker building is they didn't want to go out of Pahokee. They wanted to stay in Pahokee, which we're limited.
okay, you got 200,000. And you're doing 11,573.18. That leaves us $188,000. I think this is another one that should be extended. And the relocation or the rental assistance should also, if you need to move, if you're homeless or if you need to move somewhere, it shouldn't be for that amount. Why not?
If I'm not mistaken, if they were relocation, they had to show where they were a resident of that building with like a lease or
At least they would.
or rent receipts, because you can't just say, okay, I'm homeless, I need this money to go.
No, but
and
if you need to find a place to live, and a lot of the rent has increased, and and almost everybody asks for a deposit and a first month. If the rent in the place is $1,000, you're gonna have to have $2,000 to move into a place.
Yeah, but I don't think
So
that's what
that's
this is for.
assistance. That's rental assistance. And the money could be, okay, look, I have this apartment that I need to get, you get from the landlord, okay, I'm gonna rent to her, this is what she's gonna need, and, you know, they could agree like they do with Palm Beach County, and then the city sends the landlord, straight to the landlord, not to the tenant, the money for that. Because the county's done it, the county, you know, you need rental assistance, you need to move into a place, then you got your money to give it. A lot of people don't get into a place, they could afford the rent, but they can't afford, you know, $2,000 just to move into place. I mean, I could pay you $1,000 for the rent, but I don't have an extra $1,000 just for you to hold as a deposit.
What we can do under the redirection, if this allocation is not spent, then we can move into that category. But this resolution didn't cover what you're specifically speaking of now. But we can add it maybe as another allocation when money is not spent.
I don't know what.
To add to your suggestion, just keep in mind that it has to be COVID related, because under the ARPA guidelines, all the programs that we have created for the community has that COVID component. So if we are adding the relocation piece, they had to have been affected by COVID in some way, a loss of job, hospitalization, something that they can attest to that has affected them in some way through COVID-19. So that's the only piece to that if we're going to add that.
Well, I mean, during COVID, people were affected in different ways. It doesn't mean, What if your employer, what if you had COVID and you were out for 2 weeks, you didn't get paid for that?
Yes, that's part of
What
it.
if, your child, had COVID or whatever? What if, whatever you lost or did without during that time, that trickles down because it takes a while for you to recover.
Yes, and I agree with you. That's why. it's
So
part of-
if you need
it's
to
part of the
move,
application.
That's covered.
Yes, it's part of the application. It's the COVID attestation.
but it could
form.
be if you need to get into a place.
So if you're gonna add the relocation part, yes, it would under, I guess, our city manager, through the mayor, through our city attorney. I'm not sure. if-
I don't know how the
if-
county,
Mr.
county did
Mayor?
it. They just had rental.
But it's there. There's the.
Yes,
attestation.
yes, city too.
If there's a change in the program, the resolution, you all have approved the program, so you've approved it. That's not what this issue is right now. But if you're looking to change it, we'd have to bring the resolution back and make the necessary changes, make sure it's legally compliant with the ARPA funding requirements. But that's not what you have on the table right now.
Correct. Okay. That's why I suggested we could
What
maybe
was the
include it
resolution?
at
The
some point.
resolution said, rental assistance due to COVID?
Yes. It's
Okay, so,
everything is still the same. The only thing is if you add the relocation part, that's it for everybody. The relocation part is there, but it's only for the parking building. So the only change or the adjustment would be to add it for everyone.
well, I don't understand how y'all interpret it, but the county had the same program, ARPA, and they could use the money if they needed to rent a place. They needed to move, they needed, the family grew, whatever it is, they needed to move. They had the rental assistance, they give them the money, and they would send it straight to the landlord so that the person could get another place. They don't call it relocation, they just call it rental assistance. It's rental assistance, any way you put it.
Okay.
That's what it's for. But I don't know how you guys interpret it.
On this particular, our last resolution, could we get a motion and a second? And as I indicated, if this allocation is not complete, we're gonna have some money that haven't been spent.
Okay,
We can
I'll make the
reconsider
motion.
that relocation as another category.
I make a motion that we adopt resolution 2023-44.
It has been moved by Commissioner Perez and properly second by Commissioner Bolden for the adoption of Resolution 2023-44. Call for questions. Ready for a vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Perez?
Yes.
Commissioner Bowden?
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Murphy?
Yes.
Mayor Bab?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Motion passed by unanimous vote. Now we'll move to new business, presentation by the city manager of activity of upcoming events, if any. Under this new business, we have the discussion and direction on the city manager evaluation and contract. And I would think before we get into our discussion, we'll include the city manager comments that he has, so we can consider that, and then we'll move to our comments and whatever other discussion. So city manager, first of all, if you want to go over your evaluation review that you presented to the commission.
Yes, I have slides. I don't know why my slides did. Okay. We'll wait for her to come back.
Okay, she's gonna wait.
Over here to 12 o'clock. Ten o'clock. It's 10 o'clock.
Not to delay us, started when she come. I need to go to the bathroom too, and drink. But you can start the conversation and I'll come.
It's meeting by the way.
It's 10, yeah. Okay. Okay, it's 10.
Well, ain't gonna be too much talking here at 10 o'clock. I ain't got no word. I gotta go. We can go ahead and resume, Mr. Lucas. The mayor said we can resume while he's in the restroom.
Okay.
It's freezing.
The
in here.
PowerPoint, you have the handout here. I'm just going over it and the responses. So, city manager evaluation review. As presented earlier in a slide by Mr. Manguel, what is a performance review? A performance review is a formal assessment in which a manager or commission evaluates the employee or city manager's work performance, identifies strengths and weaknesses, offers feedback and goals for future performance. Performance reviews are also called performance appraisals or performance evaluations. Basically, the performances are two-way conversations, future focus, transparent, objective, impact employee success, and focus on the future. In here, there were some guidelines on the part that says performance review. The instructions stated basically the evaluation form includes two parts, and basically a 5 is excellent, 4 is above average, 3 is average, meets expectations, 2 is below, and overall 1 is poor or failed to meet. Also, the slide showed what the evaluation consists of, 7 pages. So under performance review, electronic forms were sent out to each commissioner on Wednesday, January 25th, 2023. Any questions were to contact Carlos to assist. Commissioners, the deadline was February 28th. Overall tally, I don't know if you can read the small print, but out of all 5 of you submitting, my average is 3.01, meeting expectations. Accomplishments, just real brief, city accomplishments. City rehired me as interim April 12, 2022, 5-0 vote. Over the course of first 45 days, filled initial employment vacancies, reestablished city attorney, IT services, and contracted with temporary job agency, provide interim finance / HR director, and use career source for general office and labor positions. Save the MLK Junior Park grant with DEO for $250 reimbursable grant, phase 1. Salvage Marina and campground lease by negotiating with FDEP to negotiate docks D, E, and F only by January 31st, 2024. Closed out the EPA Brownsfield Assessment Grant, conducted a Commissioners Retreat and Strategic Planning Section July 8th of 22. This is for the period, the period is from April 13 of 22 through December 31st of 2022. Conducted several budget workshops, completed city budget cycle, set the millage rate, rollback numbers. Commission approved fiscal year 22-23 budget. We did an unveiling of the Ricky Jackson scoreboard August 13th of last year. Completed audit with HCT for the fiscal year 2019-20. Responded to state of Florida audit findings through joint JLAC. Reestablished the Barfield Highway project and reimbursement. Reestablished East Lake Village Storm Improvement Project. Purchased new city equipment in the way of 3 ride mowers, 4 gators. Hired local lawn service company, Sunjack Lawn Service, to get us through the rainy season last year of July through October. Improved look of city through mowing because of the rainy season. Completed phase 1 replacement and installation of sidewalks along Begonia Drive between Bacon Point Road and 3rd. Opening a Muck Tavern at the Marina and Campground. Had a soft opening starting October 29th of 22. Repair lights to on the south end of the pier. Replace all flags around City Hall, Marina, and at the cemetery. Repaired all lights around the flagpoles, marquees. Organized city's first all-city tree lighting ceremonies over 5 locations with 4 new trees. City is working on proposals to expand our athletic program to a tri-city league through the muck in football, basketball, baseball, hopefully this fall of 23. Invested in holiday decoration that's requested by City Commission and residents. Gave a public turkey giveaway in conjunction with PBSO, 155 turkeys, Centennial Gala, Veterans Day Awards and celebration. Back to School Bash, Fall Festival, Black Business Month for Roundtable, Latino Heritage Month, Roundtable, Storm of 1928, Cinco de Mayo, Christmas Parade. Completed the selection of the city's charter review member boards and 5-year charter review process. In this evaluation, there were corrective action comments along the way. Anything below a 3 is what I placed on what I'll be working on to correct. Work on successfully addressing future priorities and develop adequate plans to address infrastructure and capital improvement plans such as streets, roads, utilities, and stormwater. Work on increasing the city's ability to leverage funding from other regional, state, and federal government agencies. I'll be working on improving servicing the community needs and making Pahokee a better place to work, live, and play. Be more diligent and thorough in the discharge of duties as a self-starter. Work on displaying enthusiasm, cooperation, and willing to adapt to changing environments. Exhibit composure and attitude appropriate for the executive position. Work on demonstrating capacity for innovation, creativity, and forward thinking. Work on anticipating and analyzing problems. Work on carrying out directions of the body of the commission. Set a professional standard by handling affairs of the public office in an impartial manner. Carry out directives of the body as a whole as opposed to those of any one member or minority group. Set meeting agendas that reflect the guidance of the governing body and avoids unnecessary involvement in administrative action. Disseminate complete and accurate information equally. Assist facilitating decision-making without usurping authority. Respond well to requests, advice, and constructive criticism. I just got 2 more pages and I'll be done.
We don't read it.
Implement governing body actions in accordance with the intent of commission. Review ordinances and policies, procedures periodically to suggest improvement to their effectiveness. Offer workable alternatives to the governing body for changes in law or policy when existing policy or ordinance requires revision or recommendations. Provide regular information and reports to the governing body concerning matters of importance to the local government using the city charter as a guide. Respond in a timely manner to requests from the governing body for special reports. Take the initiative of providing information, advice, and recommendation to the governing body on matters that are non-routine and not administrative in nature. Produce and handle reports in a way to convey the message that affairs of the organization is transparent. Accept recommendations from members of the community and strive to understand their interests as residents. Provide an open door policy for discussion. Recruit and retain competent personnel for staff positions. Apply appropriate level of supervision to improve any areas of substandard performance. Encourage heads of departments to make decisions within their jurisdiction with minimum city manager involvement, yet maintains general control of operation by providing the right amount of communication to the staff. Instill confidence and promote initiative in subordinates through supportive means rather than restrictive controls for their programs while still monitoring operation of the department level. Sustain or improve staff performance by evaluating the performance of the staff members at least annually, setting goals and objectives for them, periodically assessing their progress, and providing appropriate feedback. Prepare a balanced budget to provide services at a level directed by commission. Make the best possible use of available funds, consciously of the need to operate the local government efficiently and effectively. Prepare a budget and budgetary recommendations in an intelligent and accessible manner. Ensure action and decisions reflect an appropriate level of responsibility for financial planning and accountability. Appropriately monitor and manage fiscal activities of the organization. Create partnerships with Palm Beach County for increased support to local community development. Secure funds from county, create interlocal agreements, etc. As far as moving forward with future evaluations, tie the city manager's evaluation to the city commission strategic planning with priorities. Set goals to improve overall evaluation score from 3.0 to between 3.75 and 4.0. That ends my review.
Thank you. At this time, what we'll do is allow the commission to make comments on the city manager evaluation. You can make whatever comments you like. You can be more detailed or less detailed. It's up to you. I was taught at an early age to really try to say things nice about a person, especially in the beginning. They didn't get into maybe criticism or constructive criticism. And I'm gonna go with hopefully what would come out nice. And I'm gonna start with the person who rated him higher and then move down. So the rating as score wise was Derek Bolin rated him higher than any other four, followed by Commissioner Vice Mayor Mervin, followed by myself, followed by Gonzalez, and followed by Commissioner Perez in that order. And then we move from there. Commissioner Bolden.
We should have had the evaluation to read one by one and the score.
Yeah. Did you happen to bring them, Mr. Carlos? He may have a copy of them. You have our evaluation?
I have them right here.
You have a, okay. I'm not talking about the score, I'm talking about the entire evaluation package.
Like I said, I have it right.
Okay, that's great. He can let you see each of our evaluations.
Well, pass them out?
Yeah. Okay.
That's what I'm saying, how long it's gonna take.
Oh, I don't know, I mean, how much they get into their discussion. Really, to be honest, by our own procedure, we say we're gonna end our meeting at 10. So I don't know if it's gonna be postponed or cut short till our next meeting as a follow-up. It's up to the commission, but we did obligate ourselves to meet no longer than 10 o'clock. But Go, okay,
Well, remember, I have to leave, 'cause I have to go to work.
okay. City Attorney, we will get some quick advice on that, what we want to do. Do we entertain a motion for adjournment?
Well, the way that your ordinance reads, anything that you haven't covered is supposed to be under old business for the next time to come up. So that is how your ordinance reads. If you all wanted to do something else, you'll be doing something inconsistent with the ordinance.
I'm just going down the street, I'll be right back.
So we can,
Let's make you come in what you want to do. Just as a suggestion, then we'll entertain a motion.
This is something that we should all do. At this, everybody here, everybody should have their evaluation.
Okay.
Everybody should read what score you gave him and why. Whether you think he did a good job or a bad job.
and it might take
He
time, so
wants
we
to
might-
go and come back. Mervyn needs to go. So this is an important job that he has, and it's the evaluation that we need to have. So I mean, it should be done with ample time, not in a hurry, and with half the commission. Because I know everybody wants to know what each one of us gave them and
You got
why.
another copy of this, so we can keep this and just print you another copy? Okay, so that's what we'll do then. We'll entertain a motion for adjournment, and then this will be the first, maybe the first on our agenda. So we're just putting it on the old business, it'll be up top.
Yeah, I agree.
So I entertain a motion for the adjournment of this meeting.
And that I move to adjourn this meeting.
But don't they have to do the report, or we just gonna have to?
Says at the time.
Nope. Everything's supposed to come per your ordinance.
Do we have a second?
What were you saying? I thought you were saying that we.
No, he wants to adjourn the meeting.
I thought that's
Don't
what
you do
you.
a manager report, a mayor's report,
Not if-
No,
not
that-
if you-
yeah.
We're not gonna do
Yeah,
that?
that would be
Okay,
taken
I'm
care
fine
of.
with that.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Okay, I second it.
It has been moved by Commissioner Bolden and properly seconded by Commissioner Perez due to time restraint that we adjourn our meeting. Call for question. Hearing none, all in favor. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Bolden?
Yes.
Commissioner Perez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Murphy?
Yes.
Mayor Bab?
Yes.
Oh my God, I gotta go defrost. It's freezing in here.